Stand as one, a movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. Building dreams strong, communities brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time. Climbing the heights, through the grime. By passion, driven by love, lifting each other to rise above. We are spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world.
Go ahead and reload the website and take a fresh start for today. So our partners here in Istanbul, their work reminds us that the SDGs are not abstract goals. They are deeply personal, rooted in place, and made powerful by local leadership. Avcılar and the greater Istanbul region are home to centuries of rich history and culture. And today we see that same spirit of resilience and creativity being used to build a better, more sustainable future. So, as we listen and learn, let us open our hearts and minds to the stories, strategies, and solutions coming from this incredible city. Because when we connect global vision with local action, we not only make progress, we build a future that belongs to all of us. So when we start after this roundtable, sometime before we get a little break, everyone is going to need to get their translation devices, because we do have a number of wonderful speakers today that do not speak English. So we do want to hear their stories and what they have to share. We're going to begin with some interactive roundtable where all delegates will get to contribute to a shared vision of how to locate the UN, how to localize the UN Pact for the future in your own towns, in your own countries. And then we're going to have some inspiring highlights, keynote spotlights, voices from the field. We've got speakers from across the globe, the Democratic Republic of Congo. They made it! Yes, sir! Oh, yes. The United States, of course, we have some more speakers from that, and Nigeria. And they're going to share some powerful frontline stories of advancing human rights, education, and empowerment in challenging contexts. Next, we're going to explore real-world solutions and in a session on global funding opportunities for women and youth empowerment led by Professor Nabila Wamsha. After a networking lunch, we turn our attention to Turkey with a brief but meaningful reflections from local youth leaders involved in international cooperation and sustainable projects. We're going to have 2 impactful workshops afterwards, the SDGs and your role as a sustainable advocate led by Her Excellency Dr. Isabel Fladoiu, followed by an inside look at Avcılar's model of sustainable urban development and a session on empowering women at the municipal level led by local officials. After a short break, we're going to shift into the afternoon empowerment session featuring Professor Olivia Cantu of the International Defenders Council. And we'll also be joined by 2 powerful keynote voices from across the region, including members of the Istanbul Municipality Council and Prizren City Council of Kosovo, each sharing their perspective on youth leadership, women's rights, and global collaboration. Finally, we're going to close with messages from, we're going to have some more messages from some very, very special guests, including the mayor of Avcılar, who will come back and join us today. So I am so grateful you all could join us. Please welcome to the stage, we have Olivia Cantu. She is going to talk to you about that Pact for the Future and how you can play a role. Thank you.
I brought Miami tea today. I'm sorry? That's right, the roads of Texas, that's beauty. That's right. Thank you so much for coming today. I was really excited. A lot of you asked me what I do, because I guess I was so excited yesterday to just be with you that I forgot to introduce myself, so I'm sorry about that. My name is Olivia Cantu. I'm the Executive Director of International Defenders Council. I'm also a student of the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights. What we do is a little bit different, but it goes hand in hand. So just like Isabel trains you on human rights and how to get out there and build your nonprofits, what I do is community organizing, grassroots organizing, advocacy, government relations, congressional briefings, and so forth. So if you want to know more about me, you can look me up on LinkedIn and send me a friend request, and you can get more details there. I've been doing it for about 24 years, so I'm not new to it. And now, thanks to Isabel, I'm shifting from doing to teaching. So if you want to do that, you definitely want to reach out to her. Well, I don't know if you know this, but apparently we're all over the news. Yeah, so we're all over the news now. So much so that the mayor decided to come back today. Okay? He wasn't invited back, but we would love to have him. He came back to us. So that's pretty awesome. In fact, we have people coming in that are heads of European nations, and they are representing over 16 million people, building connections between Europe and Istanbul. That's the kind of people we attract on day 2. Okay, we have Melissa Bazali, who's a CHP Youth Grants Foreign Relations Commissioner, and she's responsible for millions of youths in Turkey. So if you're working on anything regarding youth, definitely find her, talk to her, and see what ideas or relationships you can start building. Okay, let's get started. The presentation. This is going to be fun. Okay, raise your hand if you did your homework. By that I mean, did you read Resolution 791, UN Pact for the Future? I see a lot of people who did, so don't worry, you're in luck. I'm going to give you cheat notes. Take out something to write with. You're going to need it because right now we're going to do our exercise. So whoever you're sitting with, that's your group. Just like we do at the United Nations when we have round table, you're about to have your own little small round table. And this is official. When I say this is official, I mean that whatever you do today during your 20 minutes breaking down the amendments that you would like to make to the UN Pact for the Future, That is going to be reviewed by Dr. Isabel Lado, and she's going to present it to the United Nations, correct? So it's a very serious process. Put on your professional thinking hats. Let's get started. Okay. Raise your hand if you have something to write with. Everybody has pens. If you don't, grab your cell phones, take notes. This is very important. All right, here we go. So we're going to be shaping the future of the drafting of the people-centered UN Pact for the Future, okay? And this is, like I said before, the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights Roundtable. So if you read the pact, the Resolution 791, you know that it's a blueprint, right? All these countries got together, and of course they're very democratic, so they had to make sure that the points that they added to the resolution were not too specific. But that's where we come in, right? Because we want to create some specific measurable goals that are more tailored towards the work that we do. We have their starting point, and that's great, but now we're going to neat it up a little bit together. So you already know what the UN Pact for the Future is. It has a goal of bringing life back into the United Nations, whose mission is to bring us peace, cooperation, and shared progress, right? They started this in September of 2024, so it's only been a few months. It hasn't even been a year. That means we can still make impact because they're in the process of trying to figure out what their next steps will be. The key focus areas that we want to look at, and I suggest you write these down if you don't already have them, because these key focus areas, let me see. Okay, I don't have them here, but I'm going to give them to you, so write them down. Number 1, sustainable development. We know that that's our 17 sustainable development goals, right? Which all of us here probably work on 1 or 2 or 3 together. Number 2, peace and security. That's very important because without that, our SDGs can't get done because we can't enter those countries. Number 3, better global governance. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later because if we don't have better global governance, again, we can't do our work because we can't get into those countries and work with them. Number 4, innovation. Remember how Ashley was talking to us yesterday about the innovative ways they're using AI? There's a lot of new systems out there that are helping with data collection. And those of you, raise your hand, you've ever read your grant. Did you get money without data? Because without data, yeah, it's not in there. It's right here, but it's not in there. I'm going over the 5 points before we enter that. And number 5 is the future generations, and that's so that we can take what we have and move it on to the next level. Okay, so today, we have to understand that the work that we're going to do with this pact is something that will help us keep the UN accountable by ensuring that we are no longer facing war, inequality, and global instability. And that's the issue that we're having with the UN, right? It's not being very effective with those 3 things. And that's why this resolution exists, because it's a need. However, it's only going to work if you get involved, and that's why today's work is so important. There's 3 key things that you need to remember when you're doing this work, and these are the 3 things that are going to be your assignment when you go back to your region. Number 1, advocacy. My next presentation will go deeper into that. Number 2, education, because we need to teach people why it's important. And number 3, action, because we need to get it done, we need to multiply, we need to build coalitions to push it forward. Okay, so now that we have that foundation and you understand the importance of this assignment, let's begin. So, this day, we're going to together review the pact, all 37 pages, which you should have already done. Number 2, we're going to write an example of an action point that looks like this. This is just an example for you to think about how you want to word it. We will end hunger and eliminate food insecurity and all forms of malnutrition. And that's followed by whatever point you decided to attach that to. You want to ask yourself, when you're reading the resolution, is it enough? When they started talking about gender-based violence, was that enough? Did they specifically talk about femicide? Did they talk about trafficking? Did they hold systems accountable for data collection on that, and what we would do once we got those children that were coming across the border with telephone numbers and names on their t-shirts? We want to get specific like that. And your approach should be to use this resolution, and then together, we're going to share that and evaluate the gaps and offer concrete, actionable amendments that the United Nations can take seriously. Okay, so we know that the United Nations, they meet in delegation teams. I've been to the United Nations, I've worked with these groups. We go into the office of our special rapporteurs, we sit down, and we go over the paperwork and the things that my clients want to present to them. I bring nonprofits there, and together at this roundtable delegation, we discuss things. And we also do it in the big room, right? With all the different countries speaking up, speaking to, you know, the big committees. So that's what you're doing today. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to look at the people on your table. You're going to identify 3 people. Your lead speaker, who's going to present the proposal at the end. This is the person I'm going to hand the mic to, and is going to speak. Number 2, your note taker to record all your main discussion points, because you guys are going to start brainstorming together and it's passionate. So we want to make sure that this person at least writes some bullet points and remembers what you discussed, so that you can also give it to your lead speaker. And number 3, this is the hardest part, I think, your timekeeper. You want to ensure that you stay on topic. We're passionate people, you know? We veer off, we remember what we did on Friday regarding blah, blah, blah. So make sure, timekeeper, that you bring your team back in and say, that sounds awesome, we'll talk about it during lunch, let's focus on this one. And make sure that you stay within 20 minutes, because I can't give you more than that. Okay, ready? Break up and choose your people. Okay, 30 more seconds. All right, time's up, everybody. Did everyone get your 3 people? You assign your tasks? All right, let's get started. So the thing, and this is where I'm giving you your cheat sheet notes. Okay, so if you didn't read, you really want to pay attention to this part. This is how you're going to do your homework right now. Okay? Excellent. All right, so the first one that we're going to look at is the femicide and gender-based violence. And this is a critical gap that we've identified with our USIDHR expert panels, right? We found that although the pact does mention gender equality, like I mentioned earlier, it is very broad, and in general terms for 2025, it just doesn't really vibe with what's happening in today. news, right? We have to call it, like I said before, femicide. And we have to talk about the violence, domestic violence that the women are facing, along with the social implications that that brings. Because these are not abstract issues. Raise your hand if you work on domestic violence or femicide issues. Amen. Can you stand up? Because I want you to identify each other, because I just saw a coalition being born. All right, so we got Mandy over there, we've got over here, well, two of them, oh my gosh. Two over here, Romania. Look at that. Look at each other's faces. Make sure you get together. That's a coalition right there. USIDHR, Gender Equality Coalition. Excellent. Thank you, ladies. Okay, so we want to look at this one. That's one of the key points. Our experts have given us some amendment advising. So listen to this one, because this will help you shift and maybe think of something else that you can add to it. They said, and I quote, establish a global framework recognizing global-based violence and femicide, including standardized definitions, global reporting systems, and national level legal reform commitments. Okay? Key word there, definitions. The next one that we're going to look at is the COVID-19 response and global health preparedness. So the pandemic obviously exposed just how unprepared we were as a planet, right? The entire world, not just the United States, but everybody really suffered from this. In the pact, it doesn't really offer a clear roadmap for what happens next after the pandemic strikes. And so I think that's something that as a people, we want to make sure that we establish. The truth is that the pandemic revealed major weaknesses, not just in our multilateral coordination, but countries were scrambling for supplies. Embarrassingly enough, America was toilet paper, right? But we were also more seriously missing vaccines that were being hoarded by rich nations because they were afraid they wouldn't have enough for their people. And there was a massive amount of misinformation that spread so quickly that it was actually quite terrifying. I didn't know what to believe myself. So our experts are calling you here today to think about a global preparedness framework. And please, throw in, don't worry if you think that might sound ridiculous, but throw in anything that you can think of that you were missing. 1 second, please. Anything that you were missing, because we want to make sure that we connect it. Maybe you're thinking something that you think doesn't make any sense to this person too, and we might find a pattern, right? That's how data and needs are met. Also, we want to make sure that we can try to find a way to avoid repeating those mistakes. So think about the mistakes that were made in your countries and how we can avoid them with, hopefully, a systematic step-by-step system that we can use in the UN Pact in the future. Here's what the experts said at USIDHR, and I'm quoting again. Develop a global pandemic preparedness framework under WHO in the United States coordination for equitable vaccine access, emergency response protocols, and misinformation countermeasures. Basically, who's responsible for that? Because if we know who's responsible for that, we know how to raise funds, and we know who to write to, and we know how to ask for accountability. The next one, rebalancing the UN progress. The UN Pact in the future is very ambitious. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. What is ambition without capacity? That's a problem, right? Who builds capacity? You do, right? Your leadership. Right now, the UN is being asked to take on even more responsibilities, and it's not really being able to fulfill the current responsibilities that it has. So, at the risk of overreaching into kind of telling them how to improve their work, it's something that we need to do together. And it's a touchy subject, so I'll leave it at that. We just want to make sure that we can ask ourselves while we're doing this work. And I don't need you to answer it out loud, but think about it while you're doing your work. Is the UN really delivering? Think about that. The priority should be clear, because if we strengthen the UN's ability to respond to real-time crises, from humanitarian emergencies, from natural disasters. That helps us create systems that are actionable for responsive operational body and not just diplomatic ones, right? How many of you have ever run a business? You know how it is when you have to move your staff around, you need to make sure someone's answering the phone and someone's taking your invoices and so forth. It's a little bit of that. So here's what our professionals here, our experts at the US IDHR proposed. They said, again I quote, strengthen the UN's operational focus by investing in crisis responses and humanitarian coordination and establish clear timelines and accountability frameworks for the implementation of Pact commitments. Timelines, accountability. When will it get done? By when? Who's in charge? Those are things that are missing. I'm giving you big clues here, guys. I'm practically giving you the answers. Okay? The next one we have is climate migration. Actually, let's see. We're going to skip over to digital rights and AI emerging technologies. Ashley, this one's for you. They're transforming everything that we do, right? From the red light to the facial data recognition to, I don't know if I can trust Alexa anymore, right? So these are things that are transforming our everyday way of life. And everything from our personal lives to our global economies are being affected. But here's one problem. The Pact doesn't address these shifts nearly enough. It's not specific enough. It's just giving us words like technology and AI. Okay, but how? What? So a clear framework is needed to protect our human rights in this digital age, even from being, invasively monitored. So here's a proposal that, again, the USIDHR experts created for us. And again, I'm going to vote. Establish a global framework to protect digital rights, ensuring AI ethics, and address emergency technologies through human rights-based approaches and accountability measures. That means, great, it's awesome. I love that we have cameras that can recognize my face. But how much is too much? Where do we draw the line? I love that I use ChatGPT and that I have all these other amazing programs, but how much is it allowed to infiltrate my work life? How much am I expected to produce out of my own mind and ingenuity? Things like that, because I know there's a lot of companies that are fighting back on that. It's conversations we want to have. Are you guys all with me? It's a lot. No. All right, let's talk about protecting your civil rights and freedom of expression. Now, your civil society is the foundation of a healthy democracy, right? We have to have rules, otherwise we have anarchy. So when people are free to speak their minds and organize and challenge power and societal lives, that empowers us, right? We wouldn't have a career if that wasn't possible. But right now, civil society is under attack. And in many parts of the world, this one included, right? What's happening right now in the streets of Turkey, we're seeing crackdowns on peaceful protests, restrictions on journalism. India has over 40 plus journalists that they put in jail, and yet the UAP over at the United Nations, I sat there like, I heard people tell them, congratulations on your protections for freedom of speech. What are you talking about? You put 44 journalists in jail, what freedom of speech? So those are things that we want to take into accountability. What are you doing with your journalists? What's going on with the repression of voices speaking out against injustice? Why can't we protest and say that we're not happy with what's happening with our neighbors in Turkey? So we want to be more specific about that, because the Pact doesn't really address those growing threats to freedom of expression. And remember that without protecting the rights of your journalists or your human rights advocates like yourself, how can we claim to uphold the values of peace and democracy? How? How can we become a part of that change? So this is what our USIDHR experts said, and again I'm going to quote you. Safeguard civil society space and freedom of expression through clear protections for human rights defenders, journalists, and organizations that promote democratic value. Okay? Clear protections pretty much mean that you're able to come up with ways to ensure that we don't end up in jail or shut down or not allowed to organize on the streets. And really quickly, the climate displacement and migration is when we're looking at climate change that is happening now with rising levels and extreme weather events and resources that don't get to us in time, and that's how millions of people end up being climate refugees and are forced to leave their homes. Okay, so you've got your assignments. Are you ready to start? I want to hear yes if you're ready to start. Are you ready to start?
Yes.
Yes. I heard no over here. What's happening?
Yes.
All right. Yes. Yes. See that?
Human trafficking was not addressed.
Yes.
The first one, what was the first one?
I'm sorry. What was the first one?
There was one that human trafficking. You need to propose it.
You need to propose it. That's what I said. I said femicide and gender-based violence and human trafficking. Oh, I see. You're saying that I didn't go over it for you? Correct. I apologize for that. Okay, so go ahead and work on that one because she's right. It is one of the key points, and it's a very important one. You already know about the 86,000 children that were reported crossing the border, and those are the ones that have in the database with the names and the phone numbers. And you know, I think Scott is going to talk about that more today because he's making some huge strides for that, so I'll leave that to him. Okay, guys, let's go because we're at a time crunch. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to select one or two of those points, one or two of them. Then you're going to draft a proposal. We propose amending action 3 by adding, and then you add whatever it is that you want to propose. And then you're going to prepare your lead speaker to present. On your marks, get set, change the world. I'll see you in 20 minutes.
We stand as one, a movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms, together we rise, like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh, we are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark, shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms, together we rise, like powerful songs. Changing the world with every remark, shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. Building dreams strong, communities brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. Belgium strong, communities brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time. Climbing the heights, through the grind. By passion, driven by love, lifting each other to rise above. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. Building strong communities, brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time, climbing the heights through the grind. Powered by passion, driven by love, lifting each other to rise above. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. Building strong communities, brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes.
5 more minutes.
Uniting, breaking the chains. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time, climbing the heights through the grind. Powered by passion, driven by love, lifting each other to rise above. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, no fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. Building dreams strong, communities brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark. Changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time. Climbing the heights, through the grime. Bound by passion, driven by love. Lifting each other to rise above. We are the spark, the flame in the dark. Changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark. Changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark. Changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. Building dreams strong, communities brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on
Okay, my
fire,
fellow
lighting up the
US
skies.
students,
A
great warriors.
revolution
We're gonna
under
get
our
started now.
eyes.
It's hard to break it up. I see how passionate you all look. Look at that table, table number 8. They're really in there. It's exciting. I hate to break it up. Table number 8. Nigeria. Let's get started. I know you're passionate. I hate to break you up because I'm loving all the juices. I can feel the energy from table number 8. But we gotta get moving. So, unfortunately, there's not enough time for all of you to speak, so I'm just going to call out a random number at the top of my head, and 3 of you are going to be able to present. The rest of you, get your phone. I know we don't have the strong internet here, but when we get back to the hotel, we have an app. We need you to make sure that you present it in the app so that Dr. Isabel can turn around and create a document. You'll get a copy of it, of course. And then we can submit it to United Nations. Yes, senior? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, you know what? He's a go-getter. Table number 3. Here we go. Let's do it the right way.
Morning, everyone.
Silence, please. Everybody pay attention.
We made our choice on two subjects. First of all, is women and youth and women in the decision making. Yeah, we believe that it's important for the UN to establish a global standard of representation. But in the case of the DRC, we are more advanced because actually in our government, we have about 49% of women being ministers. The Prime Minister is a woman, the Foreign Affairs Minister is a woman. We have a department of people living with disabilities. And I believe in 2022, when we were here in Istanbul, the minister was part of the conference on disability rights. So Congo it's for us an example for the rest of the world, especially for African countries, to manage to include women in the decision making, because I believe that women and youth represent a large percentage of the population. The second topic was the human trafficking. For us, we believe that human trafficking should be redefined, because when you look at the definitions, it's mainly concerned the fact of crossing the border. But in the DRC, the situation is very different. The human trafficking is taking place within the country. You got people who are taking boys from schools, girls from school, to sell them to rivers group. And this is human trafficking. They don't cross the border necessarily. They are within the country, and they are taken by force and sold to river group to be part of it. And girls are taken to be sexual slaves. So our suggestion will be that the human trafficking should be redefined by taking into consideration actions that can be taken within the country.
This is a good term that you just said, sexual slaves. We should have a specific legislation, information, and follow through with sexual slavery.
Thank you so much. Okay, table number 4. What do you have for us today? Who's your speaker? All right, come on up, please.
Good morning, everybody. All right, so my group and I work, and we are going to talk about child human trafficking and what requires a comprehensive approach in prevention, protection, and prosecution. So, a strengthened legal framework, uniform definitions, and constant law standardize the definition of child trafficking across jurisdictions and establish the minors cannot legally consent to commercial sex acts. Safe harbor laws implement legislation that treats trafficking minors as victims rather than offenders, directing them to supportive services instead of a juvenile justice system. Enhanced prevention measures, indication of awareness, community outreach, and other thing that we talked about it was legal representation, ensure that unaccompanied minors have access to legal counsel to protect their rights and aid in their recovery process. Train and equip law enforcement. Human trafficking is a crime against humanity. We must unite our efforts to free the victims and stop this increasingly aggressive crime which treats not only individuals but the basic value of society. It is important to spread education and awareness. Thank you.
Excellent. I think it's a great idea that you try to give counsel to underage minors that are crossing by themselves. That's excellent. Okay, the next two, I'm going to ask you for time purposes to just read your amendments. Try to keep it under a minute. If you can do that, I can at least add one more person. So table number 7, do you have a speaker? Okay, quickly please, come up here, Ms. Kim.
Good morning, everyone. So our team is called COVID-19 Bananas Response Team. Our tagline or the narrative we're trying to change is a proactive, adaptable, and globally coordinated approach to pandemic. Pre-readiness or post-readiness, we decided to assume post-readiness to ensure mental health well-being is crucial as a physical, mental state of mind. We chose resilience or future readiness system. We want to embody mental health in future crisis planning, regular mental health impact assessment, and pandemic response plan, designated a global mental health task force to provide initiatives for future crisis, initiate mental health into global emergency drills and disasters so that we know what it's like to be okay or not okay, changing the global narrative around mental health, shift from reactive to proactive, train, rebuild, reinforce resilience, make sure the first aiders that we have going out have the mental health literacy capacity to encourage, enforce, and thrive. We encourage our government to report mental health data along with economic and health and statistics. We conclude a pandemic resilient mindset is needed to foster the future pandemic. Thank you.
We really need to evaluate the mental health situation because, when pandemics happen, people go crazy, they do bad things, and crime goes up. So we need to be able to provide those safety, clear spaces. Last one, table number 8, if you can please come up here. Oh my God, my heart is breaking. I'm sorry, I have table number 8 already. Again, amendment one thing. Hurry, run up, run. Don't forget, you need to put them in the app before the end of the day so that we can submit them. That's very important. You're at a professional UN roundtable right now.
So on table 8, we talked about femicide and also human trafficking. And what we propose is to strengthen implementation and accountability mechanisms so that whatever we say we are doing or the solution of the intervention is monitored. And the rationale for that is to ensure transparency, to be mutually accountable, and also to inform policy adjustment. I think secondly, we talked about domestic violence, and one of the things we talked about is to be very explicit by committing to decolonization and reparative injustice, which means we have to talk more about the reasons why different countries respond to gender-based violence differently. What is acceptable somewhere is not acceptable elsewhere. And the lawmakers, one of the things we mentioned in the patriarchal society, the men are the ones making these policies. We need to work around that. And lastly, I think someone else mentioned that, is about expanding on mental health and psychosocial support. It's really important. Thank you.
And you know what, you make a very good point, because one of the biggest issues I see is sometimes in the West, in the United States, we try to impose our own cultural understanding of things in other countries, and we have to be respectful. So thank you so much. That's wonderful. Please give yourselves a big round of applause. Thank you for being a change maker. Thank you for putting it all together. Unfortunately, we can't have all of the tables speak because we just don't have the time. We want to make sure we get people like Judy up here to speak and finish our whole presentation. So thank you so much. Again, submit it through your app so that we can get going. All right, let's move on to the next thing. Laura, passing on the baton to my friend.
Just to clarify, Judy, you don't need to do a presentation. So, we need you, as soon as you have internet, by the end of the day, today, to submit all that work, your amendments, your proposal, including those who spoke on stage in the app, right? So scan your badge, and there's a practical exercise for the UN Pact for the future, because I'm taking all those, I'm making amendments to the UN Pact for the future, and when I'm going to the United Nations this September, meeting with government delegations, this is where we are proposing these modifications. So it's very, very important you're sending it to me via that app, right? So your voice matters. Thank you.
Fantastic job, everyone. Congratulations. We are moving on to a new segment. I do have a little change to the schedule. One of our very special guests has an adorable little one who needs to leave a little early. I want to introduce to you the Prizren City Council, head of Women's Council, Kosovo. Our next speaker's name, yes, we have some fans over here. Sevil Kazas.
Hi everybody, I'm from Kosovo, but I need to say Turkish. Herkese merhabalar. Ben Kosova'dan geliyorum. Birçoğunuz duymuşsunuz veya görmüşsünüzdür. Kosova halkının doğusunda en küçük bir şehir. Herkesi görmeye, ziyaret etmeye davet ediyorum. Biraz bekleyelim, kulaklıklar takılana kadar İstanbul. Hazırız herhalde. Tekrardan herkese merhabalar. Burada olmaktan çok büyük mutluluk duyuyoruz. Biz Kosova heyeti olarak. Kosova Avrupa'nın doğusunda en küçük bir ülke. Ancak görmeniz, gezmeniz gereken bir ülke. Çok güzel bir ülke. Bizi bekliyoruz. Ben yaklaşık 12 yıldır aktif olarak siyasetin içindeyim. Siyasette hem yerel hem de merkezi hükümete görev almaktayım. Siyasete başladığımda 27 yaşındaydım ve bayağı zorluklarla karşılaştım. Tahmin edersiniz ki hem kadın olmak hem de siyasette olmak hiç de kolay değil. Benim açımdan da öyle oldu. İlk meclis üyesi olduğumda Prizren Belediyesi meclis üyesiydim ve halkın arasına girerek daha fazla halkla iç içe oldum, onlarla yakınlaştım. İkinci dönem tekrar meclis üyeliğini kazandıktan sonra Prizren Belediyesi Turizm ve Ekonomik Kalkınma görevini üstlendim. Ve bu görevde sanırım kadın olmamdan da kaynaklanıyor. Kadınlar için çok fazla çalışmalarda bulundum. Kadınların el sanatlarında, el işleri yaparak kendi ekonomilerini kazanmaları için, kendi gelirlerini kazanmaları için onlara bir el sanatları merkezi açma fırsatı yakaladım. Ve 250'ye yakın kadın burada bir eğitim alarak kendi işletmelerini kurdular. Kendi ayaklarının üzerinde durdular. Diğer taraftan iş yeri açan kadın girişimcilere de aynı zamanda maddi ve manevi destek verme fırsatı buldum. Diğer taraftan bu projeleri yaparken, bu çalışmalardan sonra tabii 3. dönemi de onların sayesinde tekrar kazandım. Ben 3. dönem Kızılan Belediyesi Meclisi üyeliği görevi yapıyorum. Ancak bunun dışında Kosova Cumhuriyeti'nde Başbakan Yardımcısının danışmanlığı görevini de üstlendim. Yani hem yerelde hem de merkezi düzeyde siyasetçi olarak hayatıma devam ediyorum. Sanırım en büyük başarım işini severek, çalışarak, samimiyetle ve en büyük etkide kendimi geliştirerek yapmak. Bu ekonomide de, eğitimde de, siyasette de her alanda gerekli olan bir durum. Sürekli gelişmek, yenilenmek, üretmek ve fark yaratmak. Biz çok kültürlü, çok dinli, çok dilli, multietnik bir ülkede yaşamaktayız. Anayasal haklarımız bizi birlikte huzur ve barış içinde yaşamaya sevk ediyor. Buraya geldiğimiz ekipten de ben Kosova'daki Türk toplumunu temsil ediyorum. Arkadaşlarım da Arnavut toplumunu temsil ediyor ve biz bir arada çalışıyoruz. Bizim Kosova'da Boşnak, Rom, Aşkali, Eciptiyan, Hırvat gibi diğer topluluklarımız da var ve hepsiyle bir arada barış ve huzur içinde yaşıyoruz. Anayasal haklarımız bize kadın hakları konusunda da siyasi arenada çok önemli görevler vermektedir. Bizim Cumhurbaşkanımız bir kadın, Vjosa Osmani, kendisi Kosova'nın Cumhurbaşkanı ve Başbakan Yardımcımız yine bir kadın, Evliya Recep kendisi. Onların da selamını getirdim sizlere. Ve diğer taraftan da mecliste %30 kadın kotası bulunuyor. Ki bu kadınların karar alma mekanizmalarına dahil olması ve siyasette yer alması için pozitif bir ayrımcılık teşkil ediyor. Prizren Belediyesi'nde de aynı zamanda meclis başkanımız bir kadın, müdürlerimiz kadın ve meclis üyelerimizin 1/3 kadınlardan oluşuyor. Bu bize anayasal olarak tanınan bir hak. Tabii ki her şey dört dörtlük değil. Kadınlara yönelik şiddet vakaları her geçen gün artıyor. Aynı zamanda bizi oldukça endişelendiriyor. Yasal haklarımızın güvence altına alınması için kadınlarımızın daha fazla söz alması gerekiyor. Dilerim dünyada kadınlarımızın daha çok önemsendiği, seslerinin duyulduğu, ekonomik kalkınmalarının sağlandığı, desteklendiği, kadına yönelik şiddetin azaldığı çok sayıda çalışma yapılır. Ben üniversiteyi burada bitirdim. Kosovalıyım ama İstanbul'da Marmara Üniversitesi mezunuyum. Bundan da gurur duyuyorum her seferinde dile getirmekten. Bir ekonominin şöyle bir şey vardı. Bir hocamın sözleri kulağıma küpe olmuştu. Bunu sizlerle paylaşarak sözlerime son vermek istiyorum. Bir ekonominin gelişimi için aslında siz kendinizi kişisel çıkarlarınız doğrultusunda geliştirmeye çalışırsınız. Ve bu çok önemli diyordu hocam. Çünkü siz kendinizi zengin etmek için çalışırsınız. Sonra etrafınıza yaranmaya başlarsınız. Çünkü işçi alırsınız, vergilerinizi ödersiniz. Bu da zincir olarak devam eder ve devlete vergi öderek devletinizin de zenginleşmesini sağlarsınız. Dolayısıyla zenginlik bir ülke ekonomisi için ne kadar önemliyse, mutluluk da benim için o kadar önemlidir. Çünkü mutlu bir kadın, mutlu bir aile demektir. Mutlu bir aile, mutlu bir toplum demektir. Ve mutlu bir toplumda mutlu bir dünya demektir. Savaşın bittiği, hukuksuzluğun son bulduğu, çatışmaların durduğu bir dünya diliyorum. Hepinize teşekkür ediyorum. Thank you. Görüşmek üzere. Thank you.
In the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold.
Hello.
So we have some more keynotes coming.
This is Voices from the Field, and I'm going to let Olivia introduce our first speaker, as if I could keep her away from the mic. She's very excited about this.
I'm very excited about this one. So this section is for, well, it's titled Inspiring Voices from the Field, and it's about you guys, letting you come up and share about what you're doing. So I'm very, very excited about this section, especially because our first one is His Excellency, Advocate Didier Kim Bumbu Dino and Jermaine Colombo Matumbu. Now, before I bring them up to the stage, I want to tell you, and I'm sure they'll share, but they had such a big flood that they had to get out with water up to their waist, carry their suitcases over their head to get to the airport. When they got to the airport, their flight was delayed for 2 days, so they slept in the airport for 2 days. Then they still managed to get here with a big smile and ready to work, and I can't tell you how humbled I am that these souls are in these bodies and that they're here with me today, and I just want to learn from them as much as I can. So please come to the stage. Didier Kim Bumbu Dino and Jermaine Colombo Matumbu from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Let's give them, you know what, let's give it up and welcome them. These heroes went to a lot today.
Steps we take, ripple through time, climbing the heights through.
Merci. He is going to do his speech because he doesn't speak English much. Then I'm
Madame la fondatrice de l'Institut américain pour la diplomatie et le droit humain.
Dr. Isabel, founder of the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights.
Mesdames et messieurs les représentants du gouvernement,
Ladies and gentlemen representing governments and different associations,
distingués invités,
all of you participants of this gathering.
avant toute chose, je veux vous prier de vous lever à la mémoire de toutes les femmes victimes de violences à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo.
First of all, I will ask you to stand for 1 minute of silence in memory of women and youth that have been killed, that are killed as we speak in the eastern part of Congo.
Merci.
Thank you.
Je voudrais avant toute chose remercier les organisateurs de cette journée, spécialement Madame Isabelle Ladoui, directrice de l'Institut américain pour la diplomatie et le droit humain.
I'd like first of all to thank Dr. Isabel for organizing this summit.
Pour l'opportunité qui m'est offerte de m'exprimer, de partager mon expérience en qualité de défenseur des droits humains.
The opportunity that has been given to me as a member of the National Commission GSWY, but also as a human rights defender.
Mais surtout le rapporteur de la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme de la République démocratique du Congo.
But mostly as the spokesperson of the High Commission of Human Rights GSWY.
Cette commission nationale a un rôle essentiel dans la promotion et la protection des droits de l'homme sur toute l'étendue du territoire national.
The GSWY High Commission of Human Rights has a role to promote human rights within the GSWY.
Selon les Nations Unies et les organisations internationales, la RDC enregistre en ces jours près de 7 millions de personnes déplacées en interne.
Following the report of the UN, as we speak, the DRC has about 7 millions of people that have been displaced within the country.
Ces nombres constituent, on ne peut en douter, un record jamais atteint.
This could be the world record.
De la situation des jeunes,
We'll talk about the situation of youth first.
en raison de leur vulnérabilité, les enfants payent un lourd tribut.
Kids are exposed to big and difficult situations through this war.
Ils sont exposés à plusieurs abus,
They are exposed to so many things.
tels que le massacre,
They are exposed to killings,
les violences,
violences,
les recrutements forcés.
the forced recruitment to join the rebels groups.
Depuis le début de cette année,
Since the beginning of this year,
la RDC fait face à une agression
since the beginning of this year, the Democratic Republic of Congo is facing an aggression imposed by its neighbor Rwanda.
l'agression de la République rwandaise par le groupe armé M23.
Rwanda supporting the rebel group called M23.
Il y a des bombardements des hôpitaux,
There are bombs that have been thrown to hospitals,
le carnage des enfants et des femmes
killings of women and kids.
à cause des intérêts de minerais.
These all have been done just for minerals.
Tous ces actes abominables
All these actions
violent les conventions de Genève
are against Geneva Convention
et les protocoles additionnels.
and all the protocol that comes in addition.
Ces actes sont constitutifs de crimes contre l'humanité,
These are crime against war and against humanity.
génocide et crimes de guerre,
Genocide and war crimes
relevant de la compétence de la Cour pénale internationale.
that supposed to be used by the International Penal Code
Conformément au statut de Rome.
following the Roma statute.
Les déplacements forcés de la population exposent les enfants à des risques accrus de violence,
The forced displacement of kids have been exposing them to so many things,
y compris de violences sexuelles
include sexual violence
et des recrutements des enfants dans les groupes armés.
and recruitment of kids in the rebel groups.
Au jour d'aujourd'hui,
Today,
la République démocratique du Congo attend à ce que l'application de la résolution des Nations Unies
today the Democratic Republic of Congo is expecting the resolution of the UN to be applied.
la résolution 2773
The resolution 2773
soit appliquée pour mettre fin à cette guerre.
be applied so that we can end this war.
De la situation des femmes,
Concerning the situation of women,
les violences sexuelles dans l'Est de la République démocratique du Congo constituent une crise humanitaire persistante.
sexual violence in the eastern part of Congo constitutes a humanitarian crisis.
Le viol est devenu une véritable arme de guerre.
Rape has been a weapon used by legal groups.
Actuellement, il y a 17 363 femmes victimes de violences sexuelles.
Since the beginning of this year, 17,663 women have been raped.
Madame la Présidente,
Dr. Elizabeth,
la RDC, par la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme,
the Democratic Republic, through the High Commission of Human Rights,
sollicite l'implication de l'Institut américain pour la diplomatie et les droits humains
desire your implication as a woman leader into this situation.
pour faire le plaidoyer
to be a representative
pour arrêter cette guerre.
to stop this kind of violence.
J'ai dit et vrai, je vous remercie.
I thank you.
Pour terminer,
To end this,
la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme
the High Commission of Human Rights
a désigné Madame la Présidente
is appointed Dr. Isabel
comme messagère de paix dans le monde.
is the global messenger of peace in the world. And for that,
Nous avons donné un symbole en termes de statut.
we brought a symbol in the For your information, this has been made for artist women in the DRC. They told us that since you're going to Istanbul, we are making this so that we can give it to Dr. Isabel for her to remember the role that she has from now to speak on our behalf. As you can look here, this, the sense of this aids, you can see this has been used by our ancestors to pass the message. When you want to gather the whole village, this is the instrument that you're using. Once they hear the sound, they know that the chief is calling us for a gathering. So this is what you carry every day to tell the world that women of Ukraine, women of the DRC, women of Palestine, and everyone in the world deserve an equal treatment.
Thank you. Your Excellency, your name, Jules. Let me tell you all, first of all, I'm humbled and I'm honored. I received also gifts from you in 2022, and everyone who has visited our offices in Washington, D.C. have seen the beautiful bag that you brought me last time. I'm so honored, and believe me, I speak every single day in Washington, D.C. about DRC and the situation there. And we are trying our best to send a message of peace, because people on the ground want peace. I'm very proud of you. I'm very, very proud of these 4 individuals. They came in 2022 at the last summit we did here in Istanbul. And since then, they've taken on more classes with USIDHR. After that, His Excellency here became the National Human Rights Commissioner in the Human Rights Commission of Congo. They are all human rights activists. So here's an example for you to take home as a message. Because if they were able to do it, nothing can stop you too. So now let's take together a picture. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. I appreciate it. I do have some gifts for you too, but let's take this picture and then we'll exchange the words. Right? And I'm so proud to take this with me in Washington, D.C. Thank you. And with that, wow. It's a handmade bag. Thank you. Thank you. Let's take a picture.
Changing the world with every remark, shouting aloud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Changing the world with every remark, shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts. strong, communities brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the
Let's
chains.
keep highlighting our U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights leaders. The next one up is Vicky Leiva. She is our USIDHR Director of Hispanic Affairs, directora de todo lo que hacemos en Latinoamérica para los hispanos. She's also the president of RIMA, which is a woman that I highly admire and who I call Miseria Cruz. So here she is.
Hearts on fire, lighting up the sky.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, the breakfast is not working? Good morning, everybody. Yes. As a Latin woman, we are with all together. Buenos días. I'm so grateful. Thank you, Isabel, Manuel. Thank you for allowing me to hear my greeting to everybody here. I have a presentation. Huh? Yes, I try to make a short presentation now, but talk about my organization. In 1993, I started my work as activist and my leadership. Then to USA, IDHR, and thank you to Isabel Bladoyo, Manuel Once, working with the Institute. My life changed a lot from 1993 to this time. Yes. I work about what to do as a leader. Our work is very important. Be a leader is to have the heart in the communities. This is my organization from 2018. I know the Institute in 2020 through the COVID-19 that they opened doors. This is international, okay. This is International Network of Multicultural Leaders for Action for Human Rights. Working for, okay, the recognition, vision, achievement, and proposal. Okay. Yes, welcome to our journey. Here is the mission: educate, train, promote, and protect human rights through comprehensive leadership that develop communities in different continents and nations. Vision: working together to involve project development, caring, and activities that engage communities to be an instrument to generate commitment with government, international organizations, and communities. We need to be a bridge in the world to work with human rights. How are we organized? We're looking for assigned leaders in different countries to represent the organization and work with Isabel Bladoyo. We are certifying medicine, the consultant in human rights, defenders, that is a program that have in Africa, in South America, in Europe, and working with them to build a bridge between the people in the communities, the governments, international organizations, to defend and protect the human rights. The achievement. What is the important? This is to talk to every leader here. Our work is very important because we need to have present as a leader. This is the reason because I'm building my leadership. You need to build your leadership in different events, activist, leader, I'm chaplain, I'm singer, And I, for 45 years, this is my platform that I use to promote the human rights with songs, with acting for defend the human rights and achievement in different opportunities. This is develop your leadership. As leadership, you can be observant. You need to be an actor. You need to have action in what are you doing and what you promote to the world. This is the reason because I work with a place in Africa with defenders. Is the program that I'm organizing in Africa with my board from my organization, with indigenous people, with Afro-descent people, with young people, inclusive with children, with vulnerable communities as seniors. This is consolidate your leadership. It's for me very important that every leader consolidate your leadership because you need to be involved in organizations, international organizations, be in events like this, when you be present, when you be active, when you be making network. Now I work with Isabel from 2001, I think, when I started working with the institute. My life changed a lot. Many open doors. I have working now with different continents, with South America, Africa, Europe, and OAS, Organization of United States. Okay. Have different programs like a podcast, and improve your leadership. This is very important. You need to improve your leadership. Study, be certified in different courses that help to promote and develop your leadership. And now is the team. You need a team to work. You can work for yourself. You can be a solitary leader. You need to all the time have a team. Proposal is training to train women and young people in the knowledge and application and the human rights. Promote to use the technology that now is very important. I need to be very short this presentation, but this is the people need to know who are you. When you be present, need to know, need to tell who are you. This is the countries that we reach, and this is my first. Work together. No, we need to be united and work together to make the difference in the world, to change the world. I need to finish with this phrase. What need you do in your leadership is have achievement. Make a develop your leadership, consolidate your leadership, promoting your leadership, improving your leadership, and make innovation because you can stay competitive, solving problems, customer solution, employee engagement, and adaptability for this world. Thank you so much for this short time. I hope we will be together as we are with Isabel. Thank you so much for everything that you support. I can do this without you. Thank you so much.
We go all over the world, especially with the Latino community. We work with the mayor's office in Washington, D.C., and also with the OEA, Organization of American States there. Now, USIDA charter, those who do not know yet, is officially now part of the Organization of American States. We are one of the only 100 organizations in America. They are part of the civil society pact always. So for this, I want to give you this award on Global Ambassador for Sustainable Futures.
No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise like powerful songs.
Heartfelt moment. These are women that give their lives. We know we don't do this for money, we do this for the people. So thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. Next, I want to call to the stage the Director of Court Consult Limited from the Nigerian delegation, Ifkor Elo Marie. If you could please come to the stage. One of my queens. I want to know, did you bring your oxtails today? Ah, we're expecting them today. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's give her a mic.
Good morning, everybody. I am Ifkor Elo Marie from Nigeria, representing culture and also representing Nigeria. I'm also a seasoned teacher. I've been teaching for over 20 years. I teach teenagers from adolescents to 16, 17 years. I've been teaching them in school. And recently, we are requiring in our education system in Nigeria. We notice that now youth, let me give you a recap, an example. I was in class recently relating my students. And within 5 minutes after I handed over the question paper to them, one just stood up and submitted it. I looked at him. Are you done? I looked at the question. 6 questions, 7 questions, 5 minutes we are done. He submitted an empty booklet. I was like, wow, empty booklet. In an example. I looked at him and said, what's the problem? I teach in a public school. So you don't have the public system in Africa. Most of them are from poor homes. And I looked at him and said, this is not good enough. How can you just submit an empty script? That means you don't care about your education, you don't care about your parents' involvement and trying to take you to the next level. And there's a popular slang in Nigeria now. They tell you, school na scam. Meaning, being educated is not worth it. Being educated does not bring food on the table. Being educated does not take you anywhere. And so, why do we have to go through the stress of going to school, learning things? We can as well go to the street, we can take drugs, we can be at home, we can just live around. Because after education, what happens? There's no white collar jobs, we don't have jobs. Those, and then they tell me, our brothers, they have first class in physics, they have master's degree, they have PhD, they're at home, no jobs. So why do I have to go through the stress of learning? Why do I have to go through the stress of school? That school, nah, scam. I'll be like, wow, this generation is going to be hard. How do we convince them that school is not scam? And that's where we come in. We tell them, fine, the government has failed us. But what do we do? We sit back and cross our legs and watch the youth go astray, take drugs, go into depression. Say no. We teach you, fine, you come out of school. What do you do next? Your certificate is not giving you a job or white collar job. What do you do? Do you sit back? No. We teach you skills. That is where entrepreneurship comes in. What can you do with your hands? That's the last word in Nigeria. Sabi. It's called Sabi. What can you do? Sabi in Nigeria means what can you do with your hands? You cannot sit back. So we teach them what? Skills. Soap making, dressmaking, hair making. The person can make my hair is just finished school. And she got one the job. But she doesn't sit back. I call her out to make my hair. Okay. She comes, she makes my hair. I pay her. She has a place of her own now. Why looking for a white collar job? She's doing something productive. Oh, I want to make you cool, and I want to make a new brand. I will go. I don't know how to make clothes. I'm passionate. I want clothes. Okay, we teach you. You can do this program. You are a designer. I can make designs. I don't know how to, so I'm crazy. I can make designs. I can tell you, I want it like this, I want it like this, I don't pay for it. Thank God for social media influencer now. You sit at home and make money. You use your own IP, that's what God started. What you love doing, you use it to make money for yourself. Because you cannot sit back and wait for the government to do everything for us. So as youth, we are also empowering the youth, teaching them, creating awareness. Don't do drugs, you are intelligent enough, you can go places, you can do so much things. And also for the women, we don't want them to see, like somebody said, if you're a woman, if the women are happy, the community is happy, everybody is happy. So we are also encouraging women to what? Come out. You know, I saw the Congolese team. I felt it didn't sit well with me because I was like, I expected a woman on your team. It is only the women we wear the shoes, we don't get pictures of. A woman will tell you what is happening. And so we plead with the Congolese the next time you are coming for a conference like this. You don't stand alone. So that we know that you.
Listen to that without getting excited. Please, Nigerian sisters, come up and represent. We'd love to have a picture with all of you here. And just celebrate these women. These strong, educated women who are making a huge difference. Take a picture with them. Come on, you ready?
On the spot, a flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun.
Here against time, but I wanted to acknowledge also the Nigerian delegation. They were recipients of our scholarship for the Leopard Lead program. They've all been trained in human trafficking prevention, and now they are going back to their communities to train other people on how to not become victims of human trafficking. So another round of applause. Good, now
Really, really excited about our next speaker. He's a young man who is changing the world, and you would look at him and you would think he's not into this, but he is passionate and intelligent and a strong leader, and I've had the pleasure of slowly getting to know him, but I think I'd like to discover more. So I'm excited to hear Scott Thomas, our USIDHR Regional Director from Nebraska, who's making huge strides against human trafficking.
Hello, everybody. Hello. My name is Scott Thomas. I'm the regional director for Nebraska for USIDHR, and we've been doing human rights work for about 5 years in the state of Nebraska that focuses on child protection. So we partnered with USIDHR. It's a very good resource for anybody who needs resources, networking opportunities. I'm not very good with microphones, I got to. But what we did was we ran a case study. We basically audited the Children and Family Services Department in the state of Nebraska. And we found that there were metrics being used for child protections that weren't based in child protection measures. DEI initiatives and things like that. And we got those separated out of the child protective services so that children will be safer in the state of Nebraska. Now, it took some doing, and we have a report coming out at the end of the month. it'll go right away to the organization and then to our state senate, and then the next is all the way to the president, so we make sure to get this information out so that the services can be addressed and reformed. What we found was inherent problems with the services that we had to work through with the administration. So we wound over the new administration and then work through those problems from there. But I guess I got a little bit of time up here, so what I really try to do, if it's okay, is I like to take questions. If I give you just kind of a framework of what I'm doing, we developed a claim for like a thesis, like a hypothesis. We tested it using the evidence and then the research that both confirmed it. So I'd like to take questions about how you protect children from trafficking. Trafficking being defined as being exploited for monetary purposes. So there's a lot of cottage industries that's built up around child protective services. You have lawyers, you have caseworkers, social workers, all these different clinicians, visitation supervisors. They're all getting paid, so they have a monetary incentive to keep that child out of the home. And we understand that all human trafficking occurs because the family is removed from the children. If you have broken homes, this is where the people come from that end up being trafficked. So what we're trying to do is provide better foundations at the very bottom. You see the CDC social ecological model of protection from violence against children.
Scott, take one question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Right here, Scott.
Okay.
We have Larry here who'd like to ask you a question.
Scott, please give us some examples of these new metrics that you developed, and if you could explore more of that.
Well, we didn't develop new metrics as much as revert back to the old metrics. So there are established metrics for what provides proper protections for children, how you institute those. But what we had going on was political subversion, where those metrics weren't being adhered to. So we reinstituted them by changing the administration of the social services. So it was kind of like a political answer, but like I said, the CDC social ecological model is like an inverted pyramid, and it starts with the base, the primary protection for children is the immediate family, and then the second tier would be the community, so schools and other churches, organizations like that, and there's NGOs in the third tier, which would be USIDHR or a lot of different organizations that people run in this room, and then on the fourth tier is the government. So the ultimate foundation that you work under is the legal framework, but we want to strengthen the family and try and provide better protection for children in the state. Thank you, everybody.
Movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs.
So we're going to ask Scott also to give us some materials to put it in the Summit app for everyone to have it available. I think that's best.
Hello again. I have a very important person to introduce you. He has a workshop that will blow you away. I'm going to introduce to you Mr. Manuel Wanshak.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good day. How's everyone is feeling today? Great. Did you drink last night? Okay. Hey guys, first, thank you so much for coming, for being here. And I love your stories. The stories change and transform lives. Remember that. And why I say that? Because if you don't have a story, that story will not bring a change in your organization and your non-profit organization. An alien organization, because that it is, you know, people are not looking for the knowledge. The knowledge is free. You can find it Google. Correct? You have ChatGPT, you have OpenAI, you have DeepSeek, you have Grok, you have everything is there. But it's not enough. Correct? Why? Because it doesn't have, AI doesn't have empathy, doesn't have emotions, doesn't create other emotions. Is that true? Yes. Before I start my presentation, I don't like, PowerPoints. I did the PowerPoints and when I was in General Electric, I did thousands and thousands of PowerPoints. I'm very expert at PowerPoints, but PowerPoints is not the point. The point is for you to understand if we have a non-profit organization and you don't raise more than 100,000 per year, you have a problem. If you are raising 100,000 per year and you are going ups and downs, you have a problem. Your problem is communication. Everything is communication. Everything is your story and your legacy. Why? Because I'm going through right now because there are two things, global funding opportunities for women and youth. Okay? It's your story. You want to help, let's say you want to help domestic violence, women in domestic violence. You want to use human trafficking, this kind of topics, okay? Underage kids to go to school. You need to have your story. You don't need to have only one website and say, that's it, donate. It's not the story. Do you agree with me? How many? Do you agree with me? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Because don't complain because your non-profit doesn't make money, or you want to make a non-profit to have money in budgets because we are waiting for the funding. USAID is not anymore, we're not giving money. So, if you use those USAID money before, it's okay. But that fight is done. And what you need to do, I don't want to jump, I will give you the slide, okay? Don't worry about it. But before that, I want to make a point. If you want to have a profitable non-profit, you need to have your story done. If your story is not done, means the other side doesn't hear your story. Make sense? I love your stories, but you guys, you don't use those stories. You use only for presentation. When you go to say to somebody, what is your story, you don't present that story. Is that funny? Why? Because you think that story doesn't bring your funding. Because you don't believe in yourself, you don't believe in your story, you don't believe in what you want to create. And I want to empower you with that because when beautiful story here, as I was, a girl was, abused between 6 and 9. It's a story, it's not a beautiful story, but, it's a story which, I can raise money for that purpose. Bring kids to school. You need to show what you are doing. We did help kids in Pakistan, Peru, Romania, other countries, but we show that story. Because people, they have empathy with that story. Make sense? Because if you don't have that story, you will not make it happen. You guys, you came to US, why you came to the US to diplomacy in human rights?
Because we have the stories.
Because we have a story. And when we started 2019, we have the story and we tell what? This is our legacy. And everybody tapped on that legacy. Okay? That is my legacy. When I wake up in the morning, is the unprivileged kids to go to school. What? I help kids, unprivileged kids to go to school. How much money to fund to help those? How much money need to collect, for the lead? How much scholarship I need to create to improve education? How much money I need to, and how many people I need to contact? It's more mentors, okay? I'm open this discussion because you understand better my presentation. Make sense? Because also, other things will be important in my presentation will be majority said of people that say, oh, we don't know how to make money. Money is everywhere. But you don't attract the money because you are afraid of all the money. Because, let's say, I'm a social worker, and I want money, but my network is with all social workers. Of course they don't have money. Okay? He wants the wrong audience. He wants the wrong people. Everyone when it's not network marketing. I love, everyone, I think you did network marketing in your life. Somebody in your family did network marketing. They come with shampoo or whatever they want, or makeup, they say, you need to buy. How many? 2, 3. Why? Because I'm going here. You did that for 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 year, after I say, what you have? Makeup with my crush. Look. But that is not the point. What they crash in network marketing is because they don't have a training. And also, what you guys are doing in your nonprofit organization, you don't do your training to your people. Do you have training for your people when they join you? How many? 1, 2, 3. You need to have training for the organization. Doesn't matter if it's not profit or company. What happened when you go to get a good job? What did they do? They say, you got a job. The second day, what did they do? Here is your desk, here's your problems. You need to fix those. How? I don't care. I hired. Correct? Because you don't have a training, you don't know what you need to do. Me, when they hired me, they said, my question is, where's the lesson learned box? Why? Because I don't want to do the same mistakes what previous did. Really? We don't have that. If you don't have that, you have problems. Make sense? Easy. Okay. When you start your nonprofit organization, I want you to understand, you need to have a training, you need to have rules. Why? Because the volunteers what you hire, they need to follow rules. You guys, when you come to this event, we put rules in place. Correct? When you come to USIDHR, we give you rules in place. Put rules in place, why? We can say, you can do this, you cannot do this. We have a checklist. Okay? It's very simple. But people doesn't look as simple. They look like they need to give money. Why? Because I have a problem. No, you have a story. You need to have a solution to your problem, and you want to impact with that solution. Make sense? Yes. Because it was easy for me, to do slide by slide and get you there. But I want you to understand where you are right now and why you don't attract money. Because you don't have your story done, you don't have your legacy done, you have just, like, I have a vision, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, done. It's not enough. You need to be authentic, to have a story, to show your legacy. When those things are done, guess what happens? People, they say, I like that. Tell me more. I want to learn more. I want to be with you. I want to do things. I want to make things. And I want to create things. Because let's see how I use this. Okay, good. Okay, good. It's me. A few things about me, summary. I don't like titles, but I will share what I create. When I was with General Electric, I created $386 million in 1 year. I broke the record for all 100 years of General Electric transportation. It's true. Why? Because I created a system. If you don't have a system, you cannot make money. I create a system, I make money. For the company, $386 million. Also, I was in business, always I will be in business. When I die, all be in business, okay? Other thing, I was a professor, I was a digital marketing professor, I was also in robotics, mechatronics, also IT, consulting that. Why? Because I love and I was always curious for new things. If you understand, man, you want this. Yes, because I was curious. So I'm learning anytime. Right now I'm working with AI applications. Also I'm doing AI, improving businesses with AI, because I'm learning. And I want you to understand that, when you want to position you are the president of your organization to help and to do something, don't stop there. That title doesn't matter. It's a matter of what you create. We need to have a system. If you don't have a system, you cannot make money. I love to say, make money when you sleep. Can you do that? I can. You can? How many can make money when you sleep? Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. Make money? Yes. Good. Okay. We have 10. Okay. I want next time to have everyone the hands on. Why? Because you listen to me and you implement it. It's not knowledge. You just to learn, it's to implement each day, every day. And ask me how many times I fail. No, don't ask me how many times I succeed. I didn't sleep, I sleep 3 hours or 4 hours per night, but I try. Because that's what you do. You do a non-profit, you create a non-profit, you put the donate box, and after that you give up. One, nobody's doing anything. I'm broke. I have 3 jobs. I'm taking money from there and there, but I need to help. Sorry to be direct with you, but I want to share the reality. Nobody told me. Why? I can tell you because I don't have empathy. I'm a different person. I don't have empathy. Because that I'm built. What I tell you through your face. You like it or like it. Oh, Jesus. Musk doesn't have empathy. That we are wired, I'm not like Musk, but I have these kind of things, which I share with you in the International Summit of Disability Rights. Why we have, we did that summit because we want to show people are different. We need to understand them and create that team and value. It's very important, and to get there, this I create And you can have that same journey what I get too. Because you need to start to be in action, you need to start learn, you need to start implement, you need to start to never give up and start run. After that, you start getting results, after you start to do 1,000 per day, 2,000 per day, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million per day. It's possible. Because I don't want to go on nice words, SDG, all the things good, they are good. Let's just keep on the basic all the time, okay? Because when you communicate with people, you have those kind of problems. You know only SDG, only an abbreviation, and people say, what happened to me? Okay? Doesn't matter if woman and youth, because right now at this time, okay, can be different title. But here you have a problem with the woman and youth. Because people in different culture, they don't need a need to empower those classes, women and youth. Why? Can you tell me why? Would that be gonna follow? Yeah, because it's a competition. Because nobody, also the woman doesn't empower the youth, the young girls. Because they don't know, because the mom doesn't empower the girl. The girl cannot, right now as a mom, cannot empower the newborn. This is a problem. You see, you transfer from over and over the same mantra. Go ahead. What?
I want you to rewind what you said earlier, because I don't think I really understood. Do you say that there are societies who don't need to empower women and youth?
No, I say why the society doesn't empower women and youth. Why doesn't it empower? Why? Go ahead.
Mainly in Africa, like in Congo, it says on the culture, when the man is God, women and youth stay outside. When the men are talking or discussing about their progress, or even the progress of the same people that are excluded of that meeting. So you get to the point where a decision has been made on your behalf. You have to accept it.
Good.
One of the things is many cultures, including mine, I was in Bangladesh, but grew up in Boston. A lot of cultures looks at women as if they are not capable of education, empowerment, because I think that they're supposed to be staying home and taking care of the children in the household. Okay, that's one.
Good point. Good point. Thank you.
I also see that there is not a proper structure of how can women in the political and higher side be able to contribute more and scale what to the community. It's going to implement. There is no structure.
I have to stand for this one because I stand for women and for you. I stand for women and I stand for you. From the beginning of time, laws and decisions have always been by men. Structured by men because they never gave us the opportunity to contribute our thoughts, our beings, but now they still try to marginalize us
because they know that we have the power to think even above. Even they don't know that they, and I'm not saying this in a discriminatory way, it's just that they have empowered us because we have been the force and the base of the household. We have helped men get to where they are at because we have sacrificed ourselves. So that's why still, they try to marginalize us because we do have the power and the intelligence to do more than what they do.
I want to revert back to what you were saying before in regard to putting yourself in spaces to confront things, right? So my question is, as a woman of color, right, running a nonprofit, it can be tough to get into the right rooms or circles, right? When fundraising conversations happen. So how do I position myself in those spaces to build relationships and build a project that can ask me to relate to the perspective of the environment, or
Very good, and let's take another that we summarize what everyone said and how we can find
Women, we have a place, but we have to also recognize that men have supported us. In the United States, there's a woman who was supported by her husband, and she was a lawyer. Her name was Anna B. Wells. Her husband supported her to become the first woman lawyer in the country. She was a Black woman. And we must recognize the male also for supporting women in our quest to get to our place. Thank you. There are many here also supporting us. Yes.
Thank you.
Hey guys, thank you so much for everyone, give applause, okay, for everyone.
I want to say on the collaboration with women as a combat veteran. Now, as a combat veteran and as a woman of color, I carry two nationalities, so I see myself as a global citizen. I think one of the issues of women and not collaborating is the fact that women and men comes in a way of seeing themselves as opposites ends, and it's not the case. We are in this together. And we should see that we are humanity and see it as the approach to approaching building the bridge with women and men instead of seeing it the fight.
Thank you guys. Okay, first, before I answer, I want to give an update. What we identify problems, okay? Issues. This you need to do it. We identify issues, we have solutions, and after that we have results. It's very simple. But we don't think we have an issue. We identify in order to do. We just say, hey, I have my legacy and I want to do this and this. But I cannot achieve that because we still have some barriers. We have barriers, all kinds of barriers, okay? And it was a good question in the sense that, hey, I'm a nonprofit, I'm a woman of color, and it's hard for me to get some circles and some things, and I cannot achieve what I want to achieve. Because let's shift a little bit. Doesn't matter, I'm tall and old, because I have my problems. You know that? Every man I'm taller than him, you have a problem. Say, hey, you're so tall, blah, blah, blah, I want to be like you, all the time. When you go to fund, to find fundings, don't be emotional. And don't give yourself, I cannot do it because I'm one of a color, not because I'm too tall, too short, too this. You need to have a proper structure of your message. Because when you help, you don't help only this kind of community, you help everyone. We help everyone. We need to explain that. Doesn't matter of me, it's about them. It's not about you, it's about them. It's about your legacy. You are the tool, you are the vehicle. You understand? Because you have your passion, you want to do that, not because you have problems. Sorry, I have flustered, I need to be able to can see me. Sorry guys, I love you better. But here's the point. Another 5 minutes. Here's the point, because you guys, you see those and you get emotional. I see people, yes, because she cannot do this, because don't get emotional. And I want you to understand something. You are emotional, and for me it was hard. I immigrated to the United States. I didn't immigrate because I didn't have money at home. But I have a bad situation. I was very money from Motorola. They love me, they take me there. Okay? I was in the position to go there to another position. But what happened when I was in the community, they don't accept me. I know the pain, I know what you say. Doesn't matter if you have something, religious, different things, whatever you can throw to me right now, I hear you. But you understand? I want you to detach from that, to focus on your mission. Your mission is important than you. And you need to find to go and break these barriers in order to achieve, you need to achieve how much? 100,000, because I need to help 50,000 kids. Whatever you want to do, that is your mission. It's not your excuses, it's not your fears, it's not your whatever you want to bring to yourself. Because after that you cannot go, you cannot be in action. You understand? And also, I want to, for the Pact of the Future Action for Teen, you have those things. But everything starts with education. Remember, everything what you want to achieve with this life and with all those SDG goals, everything starts with education. Education is the key. If you start educating in your block, in your area, in your city, in your state, in your country, that is the beauty. We can say inclusive design, equality focus, global commitment, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't matter. Because it is you. It's your mission. If you don't have a mission, you don't have a legacy, it's zero. Sorry. And don't tell me, I said, man, you said that you were talking, I got your certificate, and have a nice day. No, it's not enough. That is the start, that is the second, that is the third. Okay? You got a certification, start to do your own profit, start to work on your legacy, start to be in action, start to bring volunteers, start to create a team, start to attract people. People with money and with hearts. You attract the people which stay there and you complain. Oh, look what happened to us. It's not enough. Sorry. You need to have networks, you need to have departments, you need to have, hey, I have people which they do funding, there are people which they have a level of parliament, we have people with this. Don't do yourself. And that you learn when nonprofit accelerator with Isabel, with Dr. Isabel. That you learn. Okay? That is important to do. It's not for you to say, oh, I'm the president and I'm doing too many things and do those kind of things, because you don't want to delegate. You don't have a system. You don't have people. It's you. And you can do on 24 hours. What is graphic telling you? Okay? The blue is human, the white is youth. Okay? In education access, employment rate, leadership position, political representative. Not good, not good, not good. You can see, not good. How we can improve this? And I tell you how we can improve this. We need to change ourselves. We need to start being open, we need to start to accept, and we start to learn others how to accept others. We need to not, we need to eliminate our ego. Here's the problem. Everyone has ego, because we're born like this. We need to change our mindset. It's not me. It's not me anymore. It's you. When you take that conversation with you need to be here. Higher and higher. You need to be here. Why higher and higher? Why you are not here? Not because you have all excuses. Because you didn't do the work. To not talk for yourself, to talk for others. I want you to be there. I want you to be there. I want you to be there. I want you to be there. Why you are not there? What holds you back? Your own drama? Your own story? Your own family? What holds you back? Because I saw and I noticed other mothers, they don't cherish the daughters. They do the same mistakes while the other mother they do them themselves. Because they take the same pattern. When you want to change that pattern, because it's you. Your mom did the best for you. Right now, you need to do for yourself and take yourself to this level. Don't wait for your mom. I give you an example. I have a client that said, I'm not good enough because my father, was hard on me, blah, blah. And her father passed away 5 years ago. And I'm today. And she's still saying she's not good enough because her father said something to her 5 to 10 years ago. And I told her, your father is dead. What do you want from him? He's dead. Doesn't hold you back anymore. You need to let go and do what you need to do. Don't stay in the past. Because here's the happening, guys. When you're working on profit organizations, you got the emotional, you want to help. Help equal trade. Because you don't ask for your services to get money. You help. And what happened? The other people betray. They leave you, and after that you get upset and die. Okay? When you do services, small, big, ask for an exchange. Exchange is money, is other things. Don't be afraid to ask for money. You don't ask for your money for you to get that way because you are not profit. You ask for your legacy, and remember, you need to help, not me, them. You need to help them. Don't help me, help them. You see, you change the story. Oh, bring in mind, everybody said, oh, I have enough organization. That's your story here, okay? I listen very well. It's saying, oh, you need to help our cause. our cause. No, you need to help them. And I'm the very close. I give you what you need and help them. And see how the story changes, because when you say, you need to talk to me, you need to pay me money, because when you say that, people say, no. Oh. You see, you push back everyone. You say, you want to help domestic violence girl, which I have 100 required to do this, you help them. Here's the link. That's it. Done. Don't make it hard. For here, it's education. You need to educate everybody. Education, when I say education, you need to help educate everyone around you about the girls, the woman, the youth. You got it? Because if you don't do it, don't expect somebody to do it for you. You got that? Hold on. Okay, I say grants, microloans, fellowship, accelerated programs, nice word, grants. You can have private grants. You cannot right now if you're the government, United States, US government, don't wait anymore. Okay? You need to microloans, yes. Fellowship, yes. Mentorship. But everything what they have education. With education, you can attract that funding. Also, with services. Global funding, okay. What they have. They have, look here, they have a clear mission. Okay? And right now I understand what I've said before, yes? Because they have that legacy. It's clear. You see the budget? You can be here in 3 years if you do the work in the way I tell you today. To have a system, to have a good legacy statement, and don't talk about you, talk about them. And here you result with education, when you educate ourselves and around you, it's about, you will solve this problem with gender equality. Don't go with one side of gender. Stop. It's not about you, remember, it's about them. It's about gender equality. It's not about your trauma, it's about what you want to resolve. If you want to. Also, why I said, because we put this kind of international summit, because you can partner with another organization from, say, Turkey or Nigeria or this kind of thing, and you know that person because you need to have a partner in other country. Okay, you cannot send money to Nigeria. It's illegal. I need to have USIDHR partner in Nigeria. Who will be? Oh, we have another organization. I know the person. I talk to that person, and every month it's okay. You see, that we create a relationship and a bridge. Correct? Okay. Here. Target violence against women. Okay? You can have those things, but you don't be, again, it's ego. No. Find a team. Play like a team. Play like a partner. Create things. Because USIDHR was only, if we didn't create this, was his Dr. Isabel vision. I was behind the scenes to put that vision to attract you to be in our vision. And why you are here. Because I created that, and you have that. We tell you in each day, every day, what we are doing, and you embrace that. Because you grow with us, you love us, and you learn from us, and you need to duplicate what we are doing. I don't hold you back to duplicate what I'm doing. Okay. Yeah, some statistics I bring here, you know, but also you can have access to my presentation. The point I want to make here, you know, you can have regional funding, you know, especially, you know, for the continents, you know, Africa, Asia, you know, Europe, North America, or Latin America. You know, you need to tap with this, you know, because people, they can do together. Again, you can take an example from this, and you can, whatever you want to do, it's again, start with education. Or product, or services. Okay? Make a t-shirt, sell it $25, and the cost was $5. The rest is for your fund. Okay? If you don't, sorry. Yeah, I understand you have access to the presentation. Okay, you know, they are good tools. You need to be qualified for those tools, okay? It's not impossible, but you need to do the work. You understand? And again, make your system. Don't do like, I'm working. Doesn't matter if you're working or not. You need to have the results. If you don't have the results, change your style, change your action. If you see, you know, for the last 3 years, you didn't do more than $10,000 in your organization, something is wrong. Something's wrong. It's not them, it's you. And take responsibility because you own that organization. Make sense? Yes. If you start 10,000, 20,000, 3,000, 50,000, 100,000, that is affluent. We go and we are very happy. Something we do great, and we do better and better. Okay, what is important right now, and other things you need to understand, because we are in a digital era, you need to start to hire somebody to your organization, you know, to be a volunteer, to understand digital marketing. It's very important. Everything is right now is metric, you know, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, all those tools, you need it. You need to use it. And also you need the communication, is very important. Again, communication. It's not about you, look, I'm here, this happening, hey, I'm representing. When you are going into Instagram, say, hey, I'm representing this nonprofit. And we have our legacy, this to do, you know, what we want to achieve, to accomplish, and I represent you here. Doesn't matter you are the president, the co-chairwoman, or whatever. Okay? Change the narrative. Also, it's very important metrics, okay? Because also with the founder, who donors, the donors, they have different behaviors. And you need to understand those behaviors because they like to see something in TikTok, you can find those donors. If you want others, they don't like to talk, they are afraid, they want to see Instagram, okay. Maybe people they say, I don't care social media, they send me an email. But other people they say, send me text. Or other people say, show me a greater event who you are. Yes. Yes, okay. Okay. Okay. Because you know your meal is already there. I want to finish with this. Don't start to take more responsibility for what you have, and we look at the metrics and put the rules and look at the metrics what we're looking for. You know, how many, how many volunteers, how many donors, you have this metric, weekly, not monthly. If you run monthly, it's too late. We need by day and by week. You got that? And I will take with this. It's not about you. It is all about you. It's not about others. It's about others that you want to help. It's about you what you want to create for yourself, for your community, and for others. Love you so much.
Thank you, President Wanda. I know you are all excited. We will be putting all these presentations and from all the speakers into the Summit app that you have on your edges, under the tab material. So now, let's break for lunch. We still have, usually the program I have about 1 hour, so I'm going to ask you to cut it down to about like 15 minutes instead of 1 hour to 8 to 10 minutes, and then we'll do more talks, and then we want to wrap it up today because we have the graduation ceremony, we have the certification ceremony, we want to take more group pictures and so forth, so and we have amazing speakers in the afternoon and also a workshop with me, if I can be still my voice. Okay, good, excellent. So now everyone, hurry up, let's go in the back for the lunch. Thank you. And for the people at home, just take a break and we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Changing the world with every remark. Shout it loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. Building dreams strong, communities brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark. Changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time. Climbing the heights, through the grime. By passion, driven by love, lifting each other to rise above. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark. Changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud. no fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold, building dreams strong, communities brave and bold, empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time, climbing the heights through the grime. Bound by passion, driven by love, lifting each other to rise above. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise like powerful songs. Changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold, building dreams strong, communities brave and bold, empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished leaders. It is a great honor to speak on this exciting topic that is dear to my heart, promoting STEM education for girls and marginalized groups, with you today at the Global Summit on Building Sustainable Future for Women and Youth, organized by the United States Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights in collaboration with the Avcılar municipality. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the mayor for his unwavering commitment to empowering women and youth around the globe. Today, I want to focus on a pressing issue that resonates deeply, especially in my country, Nigeria: the promotion of STEM education for girls and marginalized groups. In a world increasingly driven by technology and innovation, the importance of equitable access to education in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics cannot be overstated. Yet in Nigeria, the stark reality is that girls and marginalized communities often remain on the sideline of this crucial educational domain. Why does this matter? Research constantly shows that diversity in the field of STEM drives innovation and economic growth. When we empower our girls and marginalized groups to enter this field, we not only transform their lives, but also strengthen the entire communities and the economies. However, the barriers they face are significant: cultural biases, inadequate resources, and lack of role models. In Nigeria, over 10 million girls are out of school. Many of them live in rural areas where educational opportunities are scarce. Those who attend schools often face systemic challenges, including early marriage, poverty, and insufficient infrastructure. It is imperative that we address these barriers heads on. To promote STEM education effectively, we must implement multifaceted strategies. Community engagement. We need to engage local communities in understanding the value of education for girls. Initiatives that involve parents and community leaders can shift cultural norms and encourage families to prioritize girls' education. Access to resources. We must ensure that schools in underserved areas are equipped with the necessary tools for STEM education: computers, laboratories, and trained teachers. Investment in infrastructure is vital to create an enabling environment for learning. Mentorship programs. Establishing mentorship programs that connect young girls with female role models in STEM field can ignite their passion and inspire them to pursue these careers. As seeing someone who looks like them succeed can be a powerful motivator. Policy advocacy. We must advocate for policies that promote gender equality in education at all levels. Supporting legislations that prioritize girls' education and fund STEM initiative is crucial for a long-term change. Partnership with private sectors. Collaborating with private sector can provide internships, scholarships, and job opportunity for young women in STEM. This not only equip them with skills, but also help to bridge the gap between education and employment. As we gather here today, let us remember that the future we envision, one where the girls and marginalized groups thrive in STEM, is within our grasp. Together we can create a pathway to knowledge, innovation, and empowerment. In conclusion, let us commit ourselves to fostering an inclusive environment where every girl, regardless of her background, can pursue her dream in STEM. By investing in their education, we are investing in sustainable future for all. Thank you very much for your time, and I wish us a fruitful deliberation. Thank you. Good morning, morning, ladies and
Dreams like
gentlemen.
thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time, climbing the heights through the grime. Bound by passion, driven by love, lifting each other to rise above. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise like powerful songs. Changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. Building dreams strong, communities brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time, climbing the heights through the grime. By passion, driven by love, lifting each other to rise above. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh. no fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold, building dreams strong, communities brave and bold, empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time, climbing the heights through the grime. Bound by passion, driven by love, lifting each other to rise above. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise like powerful songs. Changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. We rise together, building strong, sustainable futures where we belong. Voices united, we stand tall. For a better world, we'll give it all. Hands to the sky, feel the beat drop. Change starts now, it'll never stop. Dancing hearts for a brighter way. We shape the tomorrow, starting today. Teardrops fall, but we don't quit. From every fall, we rise from it. Our rhythm echoes through the land. A hopeful tune, marching hand in hand. Hands to the sky, feel the beat drop. Change starts now, it'll never stop. Dancing hearts for a brighter way. We shape the tomorrow, starting today. Teardrops fall, but we don't quit. From every fall, we rise from it. Our rhythm echoes through the land. A hopeful tune, marching hand in hand. Hands to the sky, feel the beat drop. Change starts now, it'll never stop. Dancing hearts for a brighter way. We shape the tomorrow, starting today. Catch the fire, light the spark, illuminate what once was dark. A chain of dreams we're pulling through. Together strong, we'll see it through. Hands to the sky, feel the beat drop. Change starts now, it'll never stop. Dancing hearts for a brighter way. We shape the tomorrow, starting today. We rise together, building strong, sustainable futures where we belong. Voices united, we stand tall. For a better world, we'll give it all. Hands to the sky, feel the beat drop. Change starts now, it'll never stop. Dancing hearts for a brighter way. We shape the tomorrow, starting today. Teardrops fall, but we don't quit. From every fall, we rise from it. Our rhythm echoes through the land. A hopeful tune, marching hand in hand. Hands to the sky, feel the beat drop. Change starts now, it'll never stop. Dancing hearts for a brighter way. We shape the tomorrow, starting today. Teardrops fall, but we don't quit. From every fall, we rise from it. Our rhythm echoes through the land. A hopeful tune, marching hand in hand. Hands to the sky, feel the beat drop. Change starts now, it'll never stop. Dancing hearts for a brighter way. We shape the tomorrow, starting today. Catch the fire, light the spark, illuminate what once was dark. A chain of dreams we're pulling through. Together strong, we'll see it through. Hands to the sky, feel the beat drop. Change starts now, it'll never stop. Dancing hearts for a brighter way. We shape the tomorrow, starting today. We rise together, building strong, sustainable futures where we belong. Voices united, we stand tall. For a better world, we'll give it all. Hands to the sky, feel the beat drop. Change starts now, it'll never stop. Dancing hearts for a brighter way. We shape the tomorrow, starting today. Teardrops fall, but we don't quit. From every fall, we rise from it. Our rhythm echoes through the land. A hopeful tune, marching hand in hand. Hands to the sky, feel the beat drop. Change starts now, it'll never stop. Dancing hearts for a brighter way. We shape the tomorrow, starting today. Teardrops fall, but we don't quit. From every fall, we rise rise from it. A rhythm echoes through the land, a hopeful tune marching hand in hand. Hands to the sky, feel the beat drop. Change starts now, it'll never stop. Dancing hearts for a brighter way. We shape the tomorrow starting today. Catch the fire, light the spark. Illuminate what once was dark. A chain of dreams we're pulling through. Together strong, we'll see it through. Hands to the sky, feel the beat drop. Change starts now, it'll never stop. Dancing hearts for a brighter way. We shape the tomorrow starting today. We rise together, building strong, sustainable futures where we belong. Voices united, we stand tall. For a better world, we'll give it all. Hands to the sky, feel the beat drop. Change starts now, it'll never stop. Dancing hearts for a brighter way. We shape the tomorrow starting today. And yeah, the power we hold, building dreams strong, communities brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark. Changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time. Climbing the heights, through the grime. Powered by passion, driven by love. Lifting each other to rise above. We are the spark, the flame in the dark. Changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark. Changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. Building dreams strong, communities brave and bold. Empowerment empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time. Climbing the heights, through the grime. Bound by passion, driven by love. Lifting each other to rise above. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise like powerful songs. Changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. Building dreams strong, communities brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time. Climbing the heights, through the grime. By passion, driven by love, lifting each other to rise above. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united. Palms. Together we rise like powerful songs. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shout it loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. Building dreams strong, communities brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shout it loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time, climbing the heights through the grime. Bound by passion, driven by love, lifting each other to rise above. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shout it loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Changing the world with every remark. Shout it loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. Building dreams strong, communities brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark. Changing the world with every remark. Shout it loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time. Climbing the heights, through the grime. By passion, driven by love, lifting each other to rise above. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shout it loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark. Changing the world with every remark. Shout it loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Changing the world with every remark. Shout it loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. Building dreams strong, communities brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark. Changing the world with every remark. Shout it loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time. Climbing the heights, through the grime. By passion, driven by love, lifting we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. Building strong communities, brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time. Climbing the heights, through the grime. By passion, driven by love, lifting each other to rise above. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Changing the world with every remark.
Okay, guys, please make your way back.
Let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts.
Hurry up, Mr. Wait from the lunch area to the main room so we can all start the program. Okay? 2 minutes to start.
Brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time, climbing the heights through the grime. Bound by passion, driven by love, lifting each other to rise above. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise like powerful songs. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. Building and strong communities, brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains.
And I'm going to embarrass myself, but my son's not here to be embarrassed. Let me go and take a video. Oh, let's start at the beginning.
With every remark, shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time, climbing the heights through the grime. Bound by passion, driven by love, lifting each other to rise above. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world. Every remark, shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement.
So, good afternoon once again. Welcome back. Afternoon session. I'm very happy to be here, and I hope you are as well. I ask you just to take just 1 second, because I cannot hear without the right cards. Isn't that just like me? Hold on 1 second. encourage you all to plug into your translators because we have a wonderful group of speakers. Actually, two. They're speaking on the UN Pact for the Future through Turkey's eyes. Our first speaker serves on the CHP Youth Panel Foreign Relations Commission, where she is responsible for representing millions of youth around Turkey. She actively follows developments in the UN and other international platforms to help shape forward-thinking policies aimed at preparing Turkey for future threats. May I present to you Melissa Bola. Okay, I'm butchering this. Melissa Bozalo.
Hello everyone. My name is Melis Asya Bozali, but you can call me Asya shortly. And I'm the Vice President of CHP Youth General, and I'm responsible for foreign affairs. And also I'm a lawyer. So I present you my little speech. I hope it will help the program. Firstly, it's an honor to address you today on behalf of the CHP Youth. I speak to you as a young representative, a global citizen, and a witness to a world grappling with deep uncertainty and rapid transformation. We are living through a time of emerging crisis, political, economic, environmental, and humanitarian. The international system based on rules is getting weaker, and global organizations are struggling to act in the face of war, inequality, and climate change. Let us be clear, the groups most affected by these failures are young people and women. In Ukraine and Gaza, thousands of young people displaced, many were killed. In every corner of the world, youth face crushing economic inequality, skyrocketing housing prices, precarious employment, and educational systems that often exclude rather than include. In this difficult situation, the United Nations Pact for the Future gives us an important plan for change. But this plan should not stay just nice ideas. It must be put into action with strong commitment, and it must focus on including young people and women in global leadership and change. First, the Pact highlights the necessity of youth participation in decision-making. It rightly emphasizes that young people are not just future stakeholders, but present decision-makers. Yet too often, we are relegated to symbolic roles that must change. Youth councils, advisory boards, and online platforms for participation should become common around the world, not just special cases. Older systems and leaders often cannot fully understand or solve today's problems. The world cannot be led only by old ideas. Young people should not only be asked for their opinion, we should co-lead. Second, the plan supports youth in peace and security. We agree. Peace is not only the absence of war, it also means justice, opportunity, and dignity. Young women especially have a strong and unique role in building peace. If you want real peace, include those who suffer most when peace is missing. Include youth and include women. About education, jobs, and skills, the text says everyone should have access to good education and support for learning, business, and digital skills. But how can we talk about equality when higher education is becoming unaffordable? When access to technology and opportunities is stratified by wealth and geography? We must redesign our education systems to be inclusive, accessible, and aligned with the sustainable development goals. This is not just a policy challenge, it's a moral imperative. Fourth, the pact urges to expand social protection and welfare for youth, especially for vulnerable groups such as young women, migrants, and persons with disabilities. Let us not forget, the future cannot be built on foundations of exclusion. Universal access to healthcare, mental health support, housing, and public services must be recognized as fundamental human rights for all youth, regardless of identity, background, or citizenship. The commitment to digital access and inclusion is timely and urgent. The digital divide is one of the most dangerous inequalities of our time. As we move into an era of an AI and digital governance, we must ensure that no young person is left behind. Let us create digital spaces where youth voices are amplified, not surveyed, where ideas are shared, not cancelled. Lastly, we fully support the Pact's call for global youth representation and governance. Reforming the United Nations and the wider global governance system without the direct and active participation of youth is no reform at all. Let us make it clear, young people do not want to inherit a broken world. We want to shape a just, peaceful, and sustainable one. We are not asking for favors, we are demanding inclusion. In every authoritarian regime, in every marginalized community, it is young people and women who continue to resist, to organize, to rebuild, and to reimagine. It is the youth who organize for climate justice, who build peace movements, who drive innovation, and care for their communities. The question is no longer whether youth and women can contribute to solving the world's problems. The question is, will the global system make space for us, or will it continue to exclude the very people it needs most? This is not just another meeting, it's a test of our collective will. Let this pact not become another promise unkept. Let us mobilize every institution, every budget, every policy to give this generation and the next a real chance. Because the future is not something to wait for, it is something to build, and we are ready to build it. But unfortunately, I need to mention about this. We cannot build a democratic and just future without freedom of speech. In my country, Türkiye, following the March 19 protests in support of Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu, several university students were arrested simply for exercising their right to peaceful protest. This is unacceptable. As long as young people are punished for speaking up, there can be no real democracy and no true development. We stand with these students, we stand for the right of every young person to speak, to protest, and to dream freely and without fear. Thank you so much for listening.
Be undone, with hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark.
I wanted to let everyone know that before we go on to the next speaker, we do have some certificates for everyone to retrieve. This is your certificates for attending this. You're going to get to graduate this afternoon. You do get a certificate for being here. We're going to be moving the table out, and someone will be helping you to find your certificate. And we will have a graduation ceremony after the mayor comes back this afternoon. So, forgive me for not being as organized this afternoon, as opposed to the wonderful organization I have shown so far. I think it was the rich food. We've had some twists and turns to our schedule, and I want to thank everyone for staying with us. One of the things I've learned from working for USIDHR is the importance of pivoting, switching back and forth through wherever we're going. But our next speaker is the CHP Istanbul Youth Provincial Vice President in charge of foreign relations. She is responsible to the youth of Istanbul, listening to their problems, acting as their voice in coordinating and developing policies and projects to empower them. Please welcome to the stage, İlkay Ezgin.
My name is İlkay Ezgin, and I'm president of Istanbul, responsible for this, and I'm going to talk Turkish because I'm learning. I'm sorry. Cumhuriyet Halk Partisi'nden bir genç olarak bugün sizlerle birlikte olmaktan büyük gurur duyuyorum. Temsil ettiğim yalnızca bir siyaset değil, aynı zamanda daha aktif, daha işitici, daha demokratik, bir Türkiye hayali kuran milyonlarca genç sesi, sözü, mücadelesi. Ben bu kürsüye hayatımın çeşitli eşitsizlikleri birebir deneyimlemiş bir genç olarak çıkıyorum. Ama aynı zamanda değişim iradesi ve umudunu kalbine taşıyan bir genç olarak konuşuyorum. Gelecek için parti, yani gelecek nesiller için Birleşmiş Milletler Partisi, bu umutlarımızı küresel ölçekte paylaşan, ortaklaştıran, yol gösterici vaat edilen ve yaşamlanan arasında büyük buluşturma işaret ediliyor. Birinci madde olarak gençlerin karar alma süreçlerine katılımı. Gençlerin kısmı yalnızca konusiyet üzerinden değil, sürecin her aşamasında etkin ve anlamlı bir şekilde devam edilmesi gerekiyorlar. Türkiye'de gençlerin karar alma mekanizmalarının temsil oranı hala çok düşük. Yerel yönetimlerin gençlik meclisleri içerisiz, ulusal politikada gençlik kapıları kağıt üstünde. Oysa gençlerin toplumsal konularına ait söyleyecek çok fazla sözü var. Örneğin Ankara'da 2023 yılında gençlerin katılımıyla düzenlenecek belediye otobüsünde ulaşım, istihdam ve sosyal alanları toparlandı. Fakat bu raporun belediye bütçesine etkisi olmadı. Gençler dinlendi ama duyulmadı. Türkiye'nin gençlerine artık sabrı değil, gel bir karar alalım denilmeli. Barış, adalet ve güvenlik süreçlerine katılıyor. Barış yalnızca savaşsızlık hali değil, her bireyin kendini güvenli istediği toplumsal düzenin varlığıdır. Türkiye'de genç kadınlar ve LGBT bireyler açısından güvenlik hala büyük bir sorun. Her gün sosyal medyada genç kadınların kaybolduğu, şiddet gördüğü, öldürüldüğü haberleriyle karşılaşıyoruz. 2023 yılında 315 kadın cinayet işlendi. Pek çok kadın sokakta tek başına yürürken bile tehdit altında hissediyor. LGBT'yi geçmekse sistematik ayrımcılıklarla karşı karşıya. Onun bu güçleri yasaklanıyor. Gençler kimliklerini saklamak zorunda kalıyor. Üniversitelerde kulüpler kapatılıyor. Oysa toplumsal barış, herkesin var olabildiği güzelliğe mümkün olur. Gençlerin bu süreçlerde yalnızca hedef değil, haklı olarak görülmesi şarttır. Eğitim ve istihdamla eşit erişim hakkı. Eğitim bir haksa, bu hak herkese eşit içinde sunulmalı. Ancak Türkiye'de sosyoekonomik koşullar eğitimde doğrudan, gelişime doğrudan etkiliyor. Doğu ve Güneydoğu Anadolu bölgelerinde hala öğretmen için ciddi durumda. Köy okullarında birleştirilmiş sınıflarda ders veren çocuklarla, büyük şehirlerde özel ders sınavlarımızda olan öğrenciler arasında uçurum var. Üniversite mezunu gençlerin %34'ü işsiz. Mezun olan alan dışı ve güvensiz işlerde çalışmak zorunda kalıyor. Örneğin sosyoloji mezunu gençler çağrı merkezlerinde mühendisler sürekli yapıyor. Ne eğitim, ne istihdam politikasında gençler öncelikli bir grup olarak görünmüyor. Bu tabloyu değiştirmek zorundayız. Sosyal koruma ve temel hizmetler. Türkiye'de barınma krizi gençlerin en temel sorunlarından biri haline gelmiş durumda. Üniversite öğrencileri için yeterli bir kapasite yok. Var olan burada ise hem fiziki olarak yetersiz, hem de mahremiyet açısından sorunlu. Örneğin 2023'te Eskişehir'de bir kayıtlar yurdunda 8 kişilik odalarda kalan öğrenciler, durumu sosyal medyada paylaştığı için, gündeme getirdiği için çözüm yerine disiplin cezasıyla karşı karşıya geldiler. Ayrıca burslar yetersiz. Gıda ve ulaşım fiyatları ise her geçen gün artıyor. İstanbul'da bir öğrencinin aylık yaşam gideri ortalama 15 TL'yi bulurken KYK bursunu yalnızca 2 TL olarak maalesef ki günümüzde. Öğrenciler parktan çalışarak değil, tam zamanlı mücadele ederek yaşamlarını sürdürüyor. Bu şartlar sosyal korumanın yetersizliğini açıkça ortaya koyuyor. Dijital gelişim ve teknoloji hakkı. Pandemi süreci dijital eksikliği tüm ölçütleri gözler önüne serdi. Uzaktan eğitime geçildiğinde milyonlarca öğrenci internet, bilgisayar ya da tablet erişimi olmadığı için eğitimden kopmak durumunda kaldı. Türkiye'de hala birçok bölgede internet altyapısı yetersiz. TÜİK verilerine göre kırsal bölgelerde hane halkının yaklaşık %25'i internet erişimine sahip değil. Bugün de üniversite öğrencileri kendi telefonlarından hotspot açarak bilgisayarı internete bağlamaya çalışıyor. Dijital çağda bu durum eğitim hakkının doğrudan ihlali anlamına geliyor. Ayrıca kodlama, yapay zeka hakkında fırsat eşitliği, dijital rekabetler kurmuş anlamına geliyor. Son olarak, küresel yönetişimde gençlerin temsiliyeti. Birleşmiş Milletler Gençlik Delegeleri gibi şu anlamda önemli olmakla birlikte bu tür fırsatlar hala çok gençlik geliştiremez durumda. Delegelik pozisyonlarını genellikle büyük şehirde yaşayan, iyi bilen ve sosyal çevresi geniş gençler yaşıyor. Ancak Türkiye'nin her köşesinde, her sosyoekonomik sınıfın gelince bu tür alanlara katılımı sağlanmadıkça temsiliyet eksiksiz kalıyor. Örneğin Van'da yaşayan ailesi geçim derdinde olan bir genç, Birleşmiş Milletler Gençlik Forumu'nda temsil edilmiyor. Halbuki iklim krizi, göç, işsizlik gibi sorunları bizzat yaşayan gençlerin deneyimi, karar süreçlerine doğrudan katkı sunabilir. Temsil hakkı güç değil, haktır.
bizim yüzünden toplumsal cinsiyet eşitsizliğine, dijital uçurumdan demokrasiye kadar her konuda çözümün bir parçasıyız. Artık bizimle ilgili kararlar bizim katılımımız olmadan alınmamalı. Bize sadece güvenip vaat etmeyin. Yetki verin, güvenin, alın. Çünkü bir gelecek inşa edilecekse o gelecek yalnızca büyük salonlarda değil, sokakta yürüyen, yurtta kalan, dersi telefon ekranlarından katılan, sesini duyurmaya çalışan milyonlarca gençin evliliğiyle yapılacak. Gelecek için bir pakt varsa, o pakt sadakat yalnızca imzayla değil, eylemle olur. Ve biz gençler bu ilgili birlikte gerçekleştirmeye hazırız. Teşekkür ederim.
Stand as one, a movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms, together we rise, like powerful songs.
Our next speaker shouldn't need an introduction, but she deserves one. Her Excellency Dr. Isabel Fredolian has a workshop to present on sustainable development goals and your role as a sustainable advocate.
Okay, great. Thank you, Laura. How are we all? You know, usually after lunch, we get kind of tired, we do our coffee, and thanks to Avcılar Declaration, we have all-day coffee break, okay? So if you feel like you're getting a little bit sleepy, please enjoy Turkish tea and coffee, right? Now, I prepared for you something very, very important, and I want you to pay attention to this part. I promise I'm not going to give you a full training. I want to see by raise of hands who in this room has taken trainings with me before. Wow, excellent. Okay, for the ones who didn't, now you're going to get a glimpse, an introduction, and hopefully we'll see you to our classes. Now, I wanted to make something special for this specific session. Because at the end of today, we are going to do a graduation ceremony in which each one of you will be certified as a sustainable advocate. So what that does mean, right? We need to know exactly what that means, because you'll go home with that certificate and people will ask you that. So I'll ask you also to bear with me. As you can notice, my voice is a little bit hoarse, but I'm going to try my best to communicate with you. So, the SDGs and your role. What's going to be your role for sustainable advocate? In the third one. I don't know what to do, but I do it. I have the pointer with me. Okay, no more introduction here. That's me, Dr. Isabel Fredolian. For those who do not know, I've been working for over a decade in NGO diplomacy, and I'm an international human rights law specialist. I'm a doctor in global security, which goes beyond human rights, and honestly, the founder of the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights. Now, what do we mean by SDG advocacy? I know some of you are already in this field, but I want to get you into the mindset of what I mean to be an SDG advocate, right? So, first, you need to understand all of the SDG goals and their purpose. As you know, there are 17 different sustainable development goals. However, my question is, do you even have to develop these goals? Because we have, in 1948, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that was talking about what? 30 principles of human rights. Later on, the UN came and said, well, we need to go beyond just human rights because things have changed. And they created the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. If you go back to the basics, you'll see that many of the principles in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, they are encapsulated in each one of these goals. You want to know SDG advocacy to be able to empower others to participate in achieving these goals. As with every convention or every plan or any actions that you take, if you fail to implement it, you go to a great training or a great workshop, if you fail when you go home to implement what you've learned throughout these 3 days of the summit, then all it was for nothing. Just to have that certificate on your wall, yes, it's beautiful. Or the coins. How many of you did you like the coins that we gave you yesterday? Excellent. We wanted to make it special and we put it into your rooms. Those are 24 carats plated gold coins, so you can keep them as a commemorative memory and also as a kind of like a medal, right? You're all awarded that. Now, you need to know SDG advocacy to be able to communicate with policymakers. A lot of the mistakes that people make is they go in front of government officials and they point out all the wrong things they do. And they are hard. But that stems from the fact that those very leaders, when they were young kids, they were never educated in human rights. They were never educated in SDG goals. So actually, now that you are educated in these topics, you've lived in a different era, it's your responsibility to help them understand those. But if you go in front of a government official and you make them wrong, you're breaking the #1 rule of communication, right? You don't start convincing a person about their opinions with arguing with them, because that's the moment they shut up, right? And then focus on dialogue, focus on educating, focus on long-term implementation. The United States Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights, it is not a human rights organization. We are not a watchdog. We do not monitor human rights violations in countries. What we do, we educate people about the ideals, about how an ideal situation should be, right? We are trying to correct, we are trying to prevent human rights violations for even happening in the first place. Make sense? So that should be your thinking in your role. And I know many of you work in very, very tough countries and regions where it's not easy to talk about human rights or human, like SDG goals. So you need to pay attention on your language, right? That's why I talk about that. Sometimes it might be useful to not even use the words human rights when you are trying to implement something. So you might use alternatives like SDGs, or you can use peace and security, or you can use, so be mindful of each country's adopted language, because we all want to see, we don't want to be lost in translation and have people close, right, for that. I was planning to go over all of them, but I think by this point, especially if you didn't know them before, you know them by being at this conference. So goal 1 to 17, I want to see by raise of hands, or actually shout it out from there. So tell me which goals you support, who supports #1, no poverty. Okay, how about zero hunger? Excellent. How about good health and well-being? We're going to do that, right? Quality education. Okay, if I see any hands that are not up, I'm going to be upset for this, okay? Gender equality. We are at a conference where we support gender equality, right? Clean water and sanitation. Beautiful. Affordable and clean energy. Decent work and economic growth, right? President Manuel Macho did a whole seminar about growth. activities. We've heard from Ashley and Christian and their wonderful work, and many of you who are working towards that goal. Number 12, responsible consumption and production. Right? Number 13 is climate action. Good. Life below water. So we care about what is on the ground, we care about what is under the ground, also and in the waters. Life on land. Now, number 16 is peace, justice, and strong institutions. Yay! And perhaps one of my favorite goals, which is kind of like the topic of my workshop today, is number 17. Partnerships. Partnerships for goal. We need to make coalitions. That's why we came here together. To partner so that together as a collective we can achieve these goals. We can implement it. We can implement the path for the future. And we do not need to wait for governments, for the United Nations, or anyone else to do it for us. Because they are going to tell us what to do, and we need to start looking at how we can implement it. And the implementation might be different from how you implement it in America, or how you implement it in Turkey, how you implement it in Congo, how you implement it in Nigeria, Equatorial, and many other countries. Am I right or no? Am I right or no? Excellent. So let's learn the difference, first of all, of what it means to be an activist and an advocate. I want by the end of this session, if you came in this room and you talk about yourself that you're an activist, my plan is to change your mind. I want to change your mindset. And I'm going to explain to you why that is important. So an activist is someone who takes action to promote social change, and they are involved in active pursuits such as public manifestations, protest demonstrations, strikes, and campaigns. An activist goal is to create an impact and make people listen, whether they want it or not. I'm not saying there's anything bad with it. There's nothing bad with it. We do need activists. They are the people who are on the ground. We have protesting in this country, right? However, what does an advocate do? An advocate works behind the scenes with legislations or policies that affect large populations, large group of people. And the purpose of advocacy is to convince others of your cause through dialogue. It often involves listening to their thoughts, making them aware of your cause, and settling disputes with mutual understanding, just like in negotiations, right? So the difference between an activist who is making people listening and an advocate who is just trying to find a way, a mutual understanding. Am I clear? Yes? Yes? So why do we want to be advocates? And these two are complementary. We needed activists to do the groundwork, but then we needed advocates to come in and to dialogue, bring them all together. Because if we do not communicate with governments, with civil society, we do not make peace in between ourselves, we will never be able to find a common ground to implement anything we want. A lot of the people that we train through the human rights courses at the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights, they come and say, I'm an activist. I start talking to them. I'm asking them, what is their work about? And they realize soon they actually want to change something, not right now, but for the future. They want to create new policies. That's what that means, right? You all here created this morning new policies by submitting your amendments, the modifications, to the UN Pact for the Future. That's when your voice matters the most. Our offices are 5 minutes from the White House. Every day we see people with plaques, pancarts, banners. Stand up for your rights. That's what it says, right? My question is, if you don't know what your rights are, how can you stand up for them? If you stop, and I want you to do this exercise at home, stop a random person on the street, or you can ask your family or friends, ask them, what are human rights? See what definition they give you. Because a lot of people confuse human rights with civil rights, with political rights, with all kinds of other rights. Also, ask them, how many human rights do you think we have? And they are going to tell you all about them. I'm telling you an example of America, for example. They tell me we have the United States Constitution. Guess what? The United States Constitution has about only 6 of the 30 human rights that were accepted in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That's the real issue. Not inventing new rights, not trying to create new concepts. It's going back to the basics. The same way we teach mathematics, geography, and literature in school, we should have a class on these rights. Right? I know there are many educators here. We work a lot with educators. We educate them so that they can educate the next generation. I'm firmly convinced, and this is my personal opinion as an expert in this field, that if we would have taught leaders of countries, especially communist, totalitarian countries, human rights when they were small, maybe not everything will be perfect, but we will be in a much better situation than we are right now. Right? So let's agree on that. Now, your role when you go back home is again not to force your opinions that now you're open minded and you have new information, is to just open up the dialogue. How can we implement at the local level? And you don't have to go about doing it all. That's what we do at USID training. You choose one of them. Okay? So you'll choose one SDG goal or one human right in the Universal Declaration and be passionate about it. Right? I know a lot of you here focus on youth, focus on women, focus on no hunger, focus on gender equality. Take that and with your passion, without, dialogue, right? Without making anyone wrong, try to help others understand why these are so important and how we can fix society. My favorite quote in the world from Cesar Chavez, and I want you to, is everyone paying attention? Yes? Yes? I'm giving you something. You cannot uneducate the person who has learned how to read. Let that sink in. The same applies with SDG goals, the same applies with human rights. Now, when activism may draw attention to these issues, advocacy creates sustainable systems to prevent those issues from even happening again, right? From reoccurring. So, SDGs advocates serve as educators. They provide sustainable solutions rather than just short-term fixes. They focus on prevention. They focus on cultural and policy shifts. And they focus on SDG number 17, which is building partnerships, right? So, what can you do? Not even kind of redefine the what can you do. What can you do? Because you're going to be an SDG advocate. You can deliver trainings. It can be small, like 1 hour, 30 minutes, 2 hours. In schools, universities, NGOs, and communities. I want you to leverage the fact that you've been part of a global summit. When you're going back to your country or your city, talk with the local schools and universities. I'm going to give a talk. About what? About the fact that I was a participant at the summit, and now I'm a certified SDG advocate. Right? You're not only going to get the certificates on paper, which by the way, they're very beautiful. My team did a great job. You're also going to be, we use a blockchain encrypted system, so you're going to get it via email. Those who have done courses before we do a second share know what I mean. So you're getting it also as a credential, digital credential, and you will be able to post that on your social media, on your LinkedIn, just by the click on your button. Right? It's adding you to your CV, to your resume, to your career. What else can you do? You can guide companies. How do we do that? Well, as you know, we cannot function without businesses. We do retail or commerce, so forth. But sometimes these companies, they need help. The same way a company doesn't need its accounting books is hiring an accountant. The same way that a company is hiring a business consultant to expand operations in other countries. The same thing, that company will need the help of what? Of an SDG advocate, because, don't fall into this trap. A lot of people think you have to go to law school, you get a law degree, and become somebody that somebody will reach you. They lie to you. Guess what? I went to law school. I have 2 masters in law, as a matter of fact, and a doctorate. They don't teach you that in law school. They teach you criminal law and civil law and all this. They don't teach you human rights. I like it when there are a lot of, and I'm not going to put names, but there are a lot of strong women that call themselves, I'm a human rights lawyer. Tell me more about it. I want to listen to that. I mean, you can be an immigration lawyer, but there's no such thing as human rights lawyer. Don't get fooled by that. And you do not achieve the working in this field by just going to law school. You have to do something more. You have to advocate, actively be present in your community, change people's lives without waiting for others to do that for you. Develop awareness campaigns. What does that mean? Education nowadays is not only in school, and it should not happen in school. That's another systemic problem that needs to change, because if we want to implement sustainable goal number 4, right? Number 2, for quality education, we need education for people who already been through school. Do you agree with that? Yes? Don't we need education for everyone of all ages? Alessandra here works with seniors. We often go to senior community centers and we do a lesson on human rights, and they're like unbelievably impressed, and they're like, how can I go right now? Teach others human rights. They love that part. Okay? So it has to be education for all ages. So how do we achieve that? Who knows the answer? How do we achieve education for all ages? How do we develop awareness campaigns? Come on, guys, come on! You just heard the protocol version of me. Now you're getting a little bit of the workshop. I like my workshops to be interactive. I don't like to be a monologue, right? I want to be a thing. So how do we develop?
Help people about it. Advocate.
Advocate, great.
Outreach.
Yes. Right? So, you put banners on the street, you put a video on TV, you put flyers at a conference, you give people access to information. You nowadays it's like the sky's the limit, really. You post on your Instagram, you do a Facebook group. Literally, the sky is the limit. It used to be very hard. So when Romania, as a country where I'm originally from, wanted to access and enter the European Union, what did they do? Romanian girls are not paying attention. What did Romania do when they wanted to enter the European Union? Because they had to change 45 years of communist mentality. So they educated people by putting banners and TV ads on, I'm a European citizen now and I have rights. That was the campaign there, right? Similarly, a couple of years ago, together with some very good friends, they did a beautiful project in the country of Costa Rica, where they did a partnership with the soccer team, national soccer team, and each soccer player went on TV before every game saying, I support human right number 1. We are all born free people. I support human right number 2. No discrimination. I support number 3 and so forth, right? So, again, education, when it comes to education, the sky is the limit. But don't presume yourself, because that's the problem. I work with a lot of governments, a lot of countries around the world, and the first mistake they do, they say, oh, yes, we agree with you. Let's put this as a course in the university. I say, that's great. How about the others? How about the people who do not go to school? They stay in the bus station, they're waiting for the bus, they're reading something, right? Another cool idea we have, some friends of mine, in Mexico City, at the cinema, they made a partnership, right, with that cinema, and on the back of the ticket, they put the 30 articles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. How cool is that? Right? It's a new idea, so you should come. We're here at this conference, at this summit, to come with great ideas. Right? So think about this. Influence public policies. Right? You want to do research. Myself, I'm a researcher. That's why I have a doctorate. I compare human rights education to groups that have taken curriculums of human rights and groups that didn't do that. And there are Canadian studies, there are Indian studies, there are different country studies that show what I told you in the quote. Once you learn something, you cannot be uneducated about it, right? And then organize community events. You do not have to put up a global summit. If you can, do it, right? It's impactful. But you can do small community events. Every school in your area, it has like a audiovisual room or something, a small room, a small training. One of our regional directors from Kenya, fortunately she couldn't be here with us today because she didn't get her visa on time. She's watching from home actually. She doesn't even need a space. She goes outside in the wilderness, and she teaches thousands of people at the same time. The same as John, Jules, and Jermaine, and Advocate did here. They go by boat, right? With supplies and education for kids in remote areas. So really, you have no excuse. You have, you paid your way to come here to this conference, which is great, but you have no excuse because people who have less than you, they achieve a lot, right? I do not want to invalidate you because you are here because of your work so far, but I want you to open up, and that's a difficulty I have many times, because my vision is this big, right, Jeanette? Both Vicky and Jeanette, they came to me, they had a great vision, and I said, let's do it large. Sky's the limit. That's my time. I put my own time. See how organized I am? Is it okay if I keep it 10 more minutes? Yeah. For my new person. Okay. So, some examples, like how do we deliver training? We facilitate workshops with youth, educators, civic groups, right? You design engagement activities, health, equality. So look at the calendar of the year. There's International Women's Day. There's Youth Day. Right now, actually in New York, there's an EcoSoft Youth Forum, which obviously none of you and me couldn't be there next year. Right? Encourage critical thinking and empower new advocates. I want you to be an advocate that empowers other people to be advocates, because now you know the difference between being an activist and an advocate. And that is a big, big skill to have. Okay? When I created the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights, I had this dream. I was having a great conversation with Mrs. Siegel here. I have a passion and I have this dream. And when I started, I said, nothing for me is impossible. I want to help 258 million children go to school. Nothing is impossible. Mr. President came with calculation, we got to do something about this because it's going to be hard. Nothing is hard. We came right now to a country in Turkey, and I know a lot of you have concerns of traveling here. Am I right? Look what we are doing here. We are here, right? Nothing can stop us. By the way, last time I did a conference, the war in Ukraine started. Every time I do a big event, something in the world changes because the universe is always going to try to push you back to not be where you want to be. I don't know. Thank you. If you notice yesterday, my video presentation, at the end, you have that goal. You have to let go of who you are to become who you want to be. Unless you do that, you cannot achieve your full potential. Working with businesses. So for businesses, if you have any questions, I'm able to help you after the session too, but you can conduct assessments, right? Look at their hiring, firing policies with their employment handbook. See, did they integrate any of the SDG goals? What about, depending on the industry, it can be applicable for any industry, from like real estate to manufacturing to any business, any small business. Help them then adopt policies. Nowadays with technology and AI, honestly, anyone can write some policies. Integrate the SDGs into their CSR, corporate social responsibility, and provide recommendations. That's what the UN is teaching us, right? Helping companies to implement these principles. We didn't create them to just. And some examples of community-based advocacy. So you can work for quality education, zero hunger, clean water, gender equality. Some examples. You actually can work for all of the goals, right? And go beyond it. Now, in order to start your journey, this is like your to-do list. Right? Take a picture. Okay. So your to-do list after you did this summit. Choose one SDG or one human right that you're passionate about. You might like them all, but choose one. Start with one. Learn its local relevance and challenges, because as we all agree here by raise of hands, and for the people at home, I like to communicate with them too. Make sure you also are doing this list. And then everywhere is different. Engage in community listening sessions. Oh, what is that? You go to town hall meetings. You go to places where people gather and you're hearing their concerns, their challenges, right? Organize educational events or awareness efforts. That's your next step. These are all, by the way, they are all in order, right? Don't start with the last one. It's not going to work. It's same like a recipe. You want to bake a cake, right? You don't start with the end. Also, there is a specific order in which you put the ingredients. Otherwise, is it going to look the same? Is it going to smell the same? Is it going to taste the same? I bet you not. Build coalitions with other advocates or professionals. If you don't have a team, it's not going to work. Us, we are in 136 countries because we built teams. Here at the summit, there's a team, right? It's not all about we always talk about that videography. I do not want to be me on camera all the time. Please, I want others to be featured. Some of you gave an interviews, right? I want to feature you. It's about you. It's not about me. I built my career. And when I decided to create USIDHR, I created it because myself, I've educated over 10,000 people up to that point, and I realized it's not enough. I'm going to get old and cranky, and I'm not going to be able to teach everyone because there are hundreds of millions of people in the world. So I built an army of consultants. And now, take these teachings, they develop them even more, and help communities. That's the example of Jeanette's work, right? Where she took almost all of our training except one, right? And now she has created an amazing nonprofit on the ground in Florida that helps hundreds and hundreds of other immigrants. Right? That's the work of Advocate Didier, who came in 2022. They all came to the summit in this place, not in this venue, but in Istanbul and Avcılar. They were just participants, just like you. Now they work for the National Human Rights Commission of Congo. DR Congo, right? And many other examples like that. So just track your efforts and impact for long-term change. Why do I put this here? If you do not take pictures and do reports of the work that you do, nobody's going to care. This one. Where people search you today? Come on. You're going to stay here forever. Where are people searching you today? On Google. When was the last time you Googled your name? What does it show up all, you don't want other people to use your name. So I suggest you get your domain name, protect your identity. Very important, okay? Protect your identity on the internet as it develops. So take pictures, right? You do an activity like that, have a volunteer always has taking picture of you doing that. Or take a picture in the room, right? All of our regional directors are instructed after they do an activity not to do it for 1,000 years. Immediately after they did an activity, they have to post it with a group, private group. They have to post a few pictures and a short, brief report. That's what big companies do too. Like Amazon, they don't do PowerPoint presentation. They do a 6 pages brief for every meeting, so people know what's going to be talked in that meeting. Okay, so very important. Fast. SDG advocate is not the following. Providing counseling. Again, unless you're a lawyer also, making decisions for another person, providing mediation and resolving disputes personally, acting as a case manager for others, or offering legal representation or practicing law. You can help people find their way to maybe like write some documents or explain to them some policies, but you are not going to be the one doing it on their behalf. Okay? But SDG advocate can include providing information, identifying discrimination, raising awareness, helping navigate processes, submitting the proposals, or campaigning via social media. Is it clear the difference? Now, focus on one area. I cannot emphasize that enough. Build expertise, choose a specific domain, and avoid trying to do everything. Okay? You can't. That's why you build a team. That's why you do partnerships with organizations. And again, essential skills for an SDG advocate. Be a good communicator, right? Don't argue with people. Have strong communication and listening skills. Be an advocate. Listen. Learn how to listen. Have confidence. Have knowledge. Obviously, you don't want to go to a place trying to convince people of your opinion and you have no idea what you're talking about. Like those people saying, stand up for your rights. Correct? And be adaptable, right? Be flexible. Look here. We change the schedule and the agenda sometimes. And storytelling, partnerships, just crossing the wall, you'll have access to the presentation. And then final thoughts, your voice matters. I think I've already covered that, right? So have the knowledge, be compassionate, lead with a cause. Wake up in the morning from your bed that maybe some of you here, some didn't wake up at all. Some of you woke up and said, oh, so tired. But I need to go to the summit. I need to go to this conference. That's why I'm here. And you all came. So give a big round of applause for you guys. Thank you.
I was given a wonderful idea, this sweet little lady over here, that I should mention to everybody about a free program that USIDHR has. If you haven't been to our website lately, it's usidhr.org. And we do have some internet, it looks like. You felt like going over there. If you look under programs or it's courses maybe, yeah. We have a course that's called Protecting the Rights of Children in Humanitarian Situations. It's a bargain. It doesn't have a certification unless you pay a little extra, but for free you can take the course. See if you like the trainings. Obviously, Isabel is the one that lets this course, and it's fantastic. So please participate in that, and it gives you a little extra boost. But getting back on topic, we have a wonderful guest here today. If you'll just bear with me, I'm having some internet issues and all of my notes are on my phone. So, we're getting to it. Our next workshop is the SDG City, how Avcılar is leading sustainable urban transformation, and it is led by Denise Ayaroğlu. Is Denise here? Here she comes.
Dear guests, as an international leader in sustainable development and strategy, I am pleased to be with you at this special event that highlights the critical role of women and youth in shaping a sustainable future. Welcome to our country. At this many summit co-hosted by Avcılar Declaration, I will share how we contribute to the global sustainable development goals from a local perspective. Avcılar Declaration has integrated the sustainable development goals into its local policies, aligned with strategic plan with these goals, and publishes a VLR report that localizes all 70 UN Sustainable Development Goals. Following our VLR, I am pleased to share with you our daily reviews voluntary local review progress report. We take pride in being the first municipality in our region and the second in Turkey to publish such a report. As we build a sustainable future in our district, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to many you applause to the women leaders who supported me during the writing and coordination of our VLR, our Director of Strategic Plan, Nana Başaran Öztürk, and our Deputy Mayor, Zekiye Kahraman. I firmly believe that a sustainable future will be shaped by the hands of women and youth. If you like to explore our VLR progress report in detail, you can access it through the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies or the Localism the SDGs platform by UN Habitat. You may also scan the QR code displayed on the screen to view the reports directly. Sustainable development is now our shared language and fundamental responsibility for our common future. With VLR report published by Avcılar Declaration, I would like to share how the projects and partnerships we have implemented at the local level directly aligned with the core focus areas of this summit contribute to the goals, global goals. However, I believe that in this 5-day international summit, not only ideas but also cultures will be exchanged. In this gathering that reflects the cultural richness and diversity of our summit, I would like to contribute to the exchange by continue the rest of my speech speaking Turkish, a language known for its unique harmony, depth of meaning, and expressive power. You will be able to follow the content of the speech in English on the slides. Avcılar Belediyesi olarak küreselde yapmış olduğumuz başarılar ve çalışmalarla ilgili kısaca sizlere buradan bilgi veriyor olacağım. Yerel yönetimler ve Birleşik Kentler Dünya Konseyi tarafından Avcıların geliştirmiş olduğu equitable projesi küresel anlamda örnek bir proje haline gelmiştir. Kadınlar ve gençler direnç gruplarının tabii ki temel aktörleri. Kadınlarımızı güçlendirmek, sosyal ve ekonomik hayata kazandırmak ve bu anlamda güçlü kılmak adına girişimcilik programları düzenlendi kurumumuz tarafından ve bu girişimcilik programları kapsamında kendilerine mentorluk vererek sosyal ve ekonomik hayata kendilerinin katılımlarını sağladı. Genç inovasyon ve sosyal girişimcilik atölyesiyle 18-25 yaş arası gençlerimize sosyal girişimcilik eğitimleri vererek kendilerini sosyal sorunlara çözüm üretmesi ve ardından bu ürettikleri çözümleri projelere dönüştürmelerine olanak sağladı. Kariyer merkezimiz aracılığıyla özellikle gençlerimize ve kadınlarımıza geçtiğimiz 2 yılda toplamda 4031 kişiyi özel sektörde istihdam etmesini sağlayarak kendilerinin ekonomik bağımsızlığı desteklemelerinde öncü rol oynadı. Ekolojik Eğitim Çocuk Parkımız, yine Avcılar Belediye'mizin projesi. Ekolojik Eğitim Çocuk Parkı'nda çocuklarımızla çekirdekten yetiştiriyoruz ve kendilerine sürdürülebilir ekolojik eğitimler veriyoruz. 2 yıl içerisinde yine toplam 30.000 çocuğumuza dokunarak sürdürülebilir gelecek için temel adımları attık ve eğitimlerini çocuklarımıza verdik. Avcılar Belediyesi iklim değişikliği etkileriyle mücadele kapsamında çeşitli projeler gerçekleştiriyor. Bunun yanında eylem planlarını yazarak eylem planlarını hayata geçiriyor. Yeşilşehir eylem planı ve sürdürülebilir enerji iklim eylem planını hazırlayarak uygulamaya koyduk. Aynı zamanda ilçemizde çeşitli mahallelerimize hava izleme sensörleri yerleştirerek ilçemizde hava kalitesini ölçüyoruz ve hava kalitesi yüksek olan yerlerde gerekli denetlemeler yapılarak iyileştirme çalışmaları yapılıyor. Aynı zamanda düzenlenen eğitim programlarıyla birlikte hem dijital alanda hem de iklim krizinin çevresel sürdürülebilirliğine yönelik çeşitli bilinçlendirme faaliyetleri gerçekleştiriyoruz. Kapsayıcı yönetişim, karar alma süreçlerine katılım. Belediyemiz karar alma mekanizmalarında özellikle gençlerin ve kadınların aktif katılımına oldukça önem veriyor ve bu yüzden kent konseyleri ve gençlik danışma meclisleriyle birlikte süreç içerisinde birçok kez bir araya gelerek demokratik süreçlerin güçlenmesinde önemli bir rol oynayan uyguladığımız başka bir kapsamlı proje. Üniversiteler, STK'lar ve özel sektörlerle gerçekleştirdiğimiz birçok proje var. Bu projeler sayesinde yerel yönetimin katılımcılık ve şeffaf bir yönetici modeli benimsemesi bakımından önemli bir çalışma oluyor. 2 yıl içerisinde üyeler raporumuzda detaylı olarak bunları zaten sizlere sunumlarını yaptık. Dediğim gibi eğer üyeler raporumuzu tekrar detaylı bir şekilde incelemek isterseniz slide'ın sonunda tekrar QR kodu paylaşacağım. QR kodu olarak indirebilirsiniz ve son olarak daha sürdürülebilir, daha eşit ve daha adil bir dünya için birlikte çalışalım. Çünkü birlikte daha güçlüyüz. Thank you all very much.
No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. Building and strong communities, brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright.
All right, we have such an action-packed schedule today. We have another workshop.
Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies.
But we do have coffee and tea right back there, so feel free to help yourself. Our next speaker is going to be working on a subject that I know is near and dear to so many in this room, the empowerment of women. Avcılar Declaration.
ve eşitlik çalışmalarıyla bir bilgi sunuyor. Avcılar Belediyesi yeni eşitlik mekanizması şu şekilde kuruldu. Avcılar Belediyesi'nin genel eşitlik mekanizmaları şu şekilde oluşturulmuştur. Kadınlar hizmetleri birbirine bağlı toplumsal eşitlik birliği kuruldu. Belediye bilgisinde toplumsal cinsiyet eşitliği komisyonu oluşturuldu. Avrupa Belediyeler ve Bölgeler Konseyi GSWY ile Avrupa Yerel Yaşamda Kadın Erkek İşleri Şartı imzalandı. Avcılar Belediyesi Yerel İşlik Eylem Planı Belediye Bilgisine sunuldu. Avrupa Yerel Yaşamda Kadın Erkek İşleri Şartı'nın gereği olarak 2025-2029 yıllarını kapsayan Yerel İşlik Eylem Planı hazırlanarak uygulamaya geçildi. Yerel İşlik Eylem Planı, karar mekanizmalarıyla katılım, kentsel hizmetler, kadın yönelik şiddet, ekonomik güçlenme, eğitim, sağlık hizmetleri başlıkları altında hedef ve faaliyetleri kapsamaktadır. Planla ilgili bilgi vermeden önce ilçemizin mevcutlarını sizinle paylaşmak isterim. İlçemizde toplam 4.221 kişi yaşıyor ve bu rakam içerisinde %50'si kadın, %50'si erkekler oluşturmakta. Eğitim verilerine baktığımızda 6 yaş üstü erkeklerde tüm hayatının genellikle 87 iken kadınlarda 4645. İstihdama baktığımızda burada kadınlar 4800 kadın çalışırken 6655 erkek istihdam etmekte. Özel sektörde 38.507 kadın istihdam ederken 56.483 kadın istihdam etmektedir. Yerel eşitlik eylem planının hazırlık sürecinde planın hazırlanması, uygulanması ve izlenmesini kolaylaştırmak için gün içerisinde eşitlik koordinasyon kurulu oluşturulmuştur. İç paydaşlar, bilim yürürlükleri, toplumsal cinsiyet eşitliği komisyonu, iç paydaşlar, muhtarlar, sivil toplum kuruluşları, kent konseyleri, mahallelerde kadın katılımıyla odak toplantıları gerçekleşmiştir. Kadına yönelik şiddete karşı acil eylem çalışmaları da düzenlenir. Gerçekleşen kişilik iş paylaş toplantıları sonucunda yerel eşitlik eylem planının amaç, hedef ve faaliyetleri belirlenmiştir. Şimdi anlatacağım yerel eşitlik eylem planının detayını isterseniz QR koduyla takip edebilirsiniz. Yerel eşitlik eylem planının kentsel hizmetler başlığı altında 2029 yılı sonuna kadar kamusal mekanların kadınların ve tüm dezavantajlı bireylerin kullanımının maliyetleri çalışmalarının yapılması, kadınların ve tüm dezavantajlı bireylerin kendi sosyalleşmelerini sağlamak için faaliyetlerin artırılması, kentte temiz, sağlıklı çevre, afet durumlarına yönelik farkındalık bilincinin yaygınlaştırılması, kadınların ve dezavantajlı bireylerin belediye hizmetlerine taşınmasının kolaylaştırılması, belediye hizmetlerinin tanıtım mekanizmalarının yaygınlaştırılması gibi hedefler bulunmakta. Eğitim başlığında ise kadınların ve dezavantajlı bireylerin toplumsal cinsiyet eşitliği çerçevesinde farkındalığının artırılması ve eğitimlerin düzenlenmesi yer alıyor. İstihdam ve ekonomik güçlenme başlığı altında ilçe belediye kadınların ekonomik hayatına katılımlarını sağlamak ve girişimciliği destekleyici hizmetler üreterek yer alıyor. Sağlık başlığı altında ise kadınların ve dezavantajlı bireylerin sağlık hizmetlerinin ilişkilerini artırmak hedefleri mevcut. Karar mekanizmalarına katılım başlığı altında ise kadınların ve tüm dezavantajlı bireylerin karar alma süreçlerine dahil edilmesini sağlayacak yöntemleri yaygınlaştırmak bulunmaktadır. Şiddetle mücadele ise şiddetle mücadeleye yönelik danışmanlık ve takip hizmetlerinin yaygınlaştırılması, şiddetle mücadele ile ilgili farkındalık sağlayıcı çalışmaların artırılması yer almaktadır. Yerel yönetimleri şiddetle mücadeleden bahsettim. Medikal sistemi oluşturularak belediye hizmetlerinin yaş ve cinsiyet planı tutulması yer alıyor. Gelecek yıllarda gerçekleştirmeyi planladığımız bazı faaliyetler var. Bunların başında kadın kooperatiflerinin kurulması, kadın sığınma evlerinin açılması, mor arıtılıkları sınırlayarak kadınları ve tüm dezavantajlı bireyleri ilgilendiren hizmetler konusunda bilgilendirme yapılması, veri kayıt sisteminin oluşturulması yer almakta. Belediye olarak ilçemizde gerçekleştirdiğimiz hedeflerimiz ve faaliyetlerimiz hakkında kısaca bilgi sunulur. Sizlerin de fikirlerini ve desteğini bekliyoruz. Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you, Al. So we have a special guest here. Our calendar is a little off our agenda. We have some new speakers that came in for other speakers, and we have a new one here. This is from the CHP Youth, Ismail Awa.
Illusion under our eyes, voices uniting, breaking the chains, dreams like thunder.
Saygıdeğer katılımcılar, değerli temsilciler, kıymetli dostlar. Bugün burada ortak geleceğimize yön vermek iddiasını taşıyan birçok ülkeden gelen kıymetli temsilciler. Ortak geleceğimizin en kırılgan ama aynı zamanda en güçlü iki taşıyıcısı olan kadınlar ve gençlerle bir arada olmaktan onur duyuyorum. Ben İsmail Araç. İstanbul'un yoğun nüfuslu ve çok kültürlü bir ilçesi olan Esenyurt'ta Cumhuriyet Halk Partisi Gençlik Kolları Başkanı olarak görev yapıyorum. Fakat burada yalnızca siyasi bir temsilci olarak değil, bir dünya vatandaşı, bir genç insan ve sürdürülebilir bir gelecek talep eden bir birey olarak konuşuyorum. Çünkü içinde yaşadığımız krizler artık ulusal sınırları tanımıyor, ne iklim krizinin, ne toplumsal eşitsizliklerin, ne de demokrasi erozyonlarının pasaportu var. Dolayısıyla çözüm arayışlarımız ulusal sınırlar çok ötesinde olmalı. Bu gezegen hepimizin bu sorumlulukta ortak. Ortak krizler ve ortak sorumluluklar. İçinde bulunduğumuz yüzyıl, insanlık tarihinin en karmaşık krizlerinin iç içe geçtiği bir dönem. İklim değişikliği, demokratik gerileme, toplumsal cinsiyet eşitsizliği ve gençlerin dışlandığı karar alma süreçleri artık hiçbir birbirinden bağımsız başlıklar değil. Birbirleriyle doğrudan bağlantılı, çok katmanlı küresel sorunlar olarak karşımıza çıkıyor. Demokrasi katılımla güçlenir diyoruz. Dünyada demokrasinin sınandığı, katılımın azaldığı, toplumsal güvenin aşındığı bir dönemden geçiyoruz. Özellikle gençler tüm dünyada siyasete olan güvenlerini yitiriyorlar. Gençlerin dünya genelinde siyasete olan güveni hızla düşüyor. OECD'nin 2023 raporuna göre gençlerin sadece %41'i fikirlerinin siyasal süreçlerde etkili olduğunu inanıyor. Gençler ne ilgisiz ne de ilgisiz. Sadece duyulmuyorlar. Oysa 1,8 milyar gençle insanlık tarihinin en büyük genç nüfusu bugün hayatta. Demokrasi sadece bir devlet seçimden ibaret değildir. Demokrasi, gençlerin ve kadınların karar masasında olabileceği bir düzendir. Siyaset temsil ile değil, katılım ile anlam kazanır. Ve gençler demokrasinin yükünü değil, taşıyıcılığını üstlenmek istiyor. Ben bir genç siyasetçi olarak burada söylemek isterim ki, gençler yalnızca enerjileriyle değil, vizyonlarıyla da bugünün kararlarında yer almak istiyor. Gençlik yalnızca bir gelecek potansiyeli olarak değil, bugünün şekillendirici gücü olarak da bakmalıyız. Toplumsal cinsiyet eşitliği kalkınmanın temel taşıdır. Gençlerle birlikte kadınların eşit temsil edilmediği, karar alma süreçlerine dahil edilmediği hiçbir toplum tam anlamıyla demokratik sayılmaz. Dünya genelinde parlamentolarda kadın temsili %26,5'tur. Bu oran bazı ülkelerde %10'un altında. Kadınlar eğitimde, istihdamda, siyasette ve ekonomide ya görünmez ya da sınırlı alanlarda var olabiliyorlar. Bu bir yetkinlik meselesi değil, bir sistem sorunudur. Kadınlar güçlüdür, dirayetlidir ve değişimin öncüsüdür. Yeter ki sistem onların önünü açsın, seslerini bastırmasın. Esenyurt'ta, İstanbul'da birlikte çalıştığım kadın arkadaşlar her gün değişimin mümkün olduğunu bana gösteriyor. Kadınlar ihtiyaç duydukları izin değil, alan gerekiyor. Bu yüzden toplumsal cinsiyet eşitliği yalnızca bir hak mücadelesi değil, aynı zamanda bir kalkınma stratejisidir. Kadınların olmadığı hiçbir sürdürülebilir planı gerçek anlamda sürdürebilir değildir. Türkiye'den dünyaya yerelde küresel dayanışma. Türkiye coğrafi olarak bir köprü ülkesi olabilir. Ama bu yalnızca fiziksel bir özellik değildir. Bizim asıl köprülüğümüz kültürler, fikirler, kuşaklar ve mücadeleler arasında kurduğumuz bağlarda yatıyor. Biz gençler olarak bu köprüyü yalnızca kıtalar arasında değil, nesiller ve fikirler arasında kurmak istiyoruz. Yürüttüğümüz gençlik çalışmaları sadece yerel sorunlara odaklanmakla kalmıyor, aynı zamanda evrensel sorunlara genç bir dilde çözüm arıyoruz. İklim için yapılan bir yürüyüş, kadın hakları için atılan bir slogan, toplumsal eşitlik için düzenlenen bir forum, bunlar yalnızca yerel eylemler değil, küresel vicdanında bir parçalarıdır. Esenyurt'ta yürüttüğümüz yerel projelerden ulusal gençlik politikalarına kadar bu iradeyi taşıyoruz. Bu zirve bize şunu gösteriyor. Farklı diller konuşuyor olabiliriz. Ama aynı gerçekleri yaşıyoruz. Aynı felaketleri etkiliyor, aynı umutları sunuyoruz. Bu dünyayı ya birlikte kurtaracağız ya da hep birlikte kaybedeceğiz. Katılımı güvence altına alan yeni bir demokrasi yaklaşımından bahsetmek istiyorum. Kadınların ve gençlerin yalnızca temsil edildiği değil, karar alma süreçlerinin doğrudan öznesi olduğu yeni bir siyasal ve toplumsal düzenin inşa edilmesi gerekiyor. Bu doğrultuda kadınlar ve gençler için sürdürülebilir gelecek zirvesi hakkında şunu öneriyorum. Her ülkenin yerel yönetimlerinden başlayarak ulusal ve uluslararası düzeyde gençler ve kadınlar için en az %33 doğrudan karar alma ve danışma mekanizmalarının katılım kotası. Bu kota yalnızca temsili değil, etkili katılım garanti altına almalıdır. Kadın ve genç katılımcılar yalnızca fikir beyan eden değil, oy hakkı olan ve bütçe politika süreçlerinde etkin söz sahibi bireyler olarak konumlandırılmalıdır. Çünkü bir toplum sürdürülebilirliği yalnızca doğaya karşı, insanlara karşı adaletli olma gücüyle mümkündür. Ve bu adalet ancak kadınların ve gençlerin seslerinin sistematik olarak duyulduğu bir düzenle sağlanabilir. Sözlerimi bitirirken altını çizmek isterim. Daha eşit, daha adil, daha yaşanılabilir bir dünya için mücadele ederken hiçbirimiz yalnız değiliz. Hiçbir mücadele boşuna değil. İklimi savunmak, demokrasiyi savunmaktır, kadını güçlendirmek, geleceği güçlendirmektir, gençliği görmek, umudu büyütmektir. Birlikte konuşalım, birlikte üretelim, birlikte değiştirelim. Çünkü bu dünya yalnızca bizim değil, bizden sonrakilerin de evi. Beni dinlediğiniz için çok teşekkür ederim.
Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud.
Everyone, we're all comfortable with this answer.
Hi, everybody. If you have pen and paper, you're going to want to take it out because I'm going to give you a lot of nuggets that you can learn about activism and about advocacy. So for those of you who don't know, I spent 10 years working as an activist, and then from there I shifted into advocacy. So as an activist, what I did is I put together protests all over the United States. I was responsible for shutting down the highway in Miami, which got me in a lot of trouble. That's, if you want to hear that funny story, catch me later. I spent years making those posters and going out there and chaining myself to the Federal Reserve Bank. I thought I was living in the 60s back in like Berkeley. And I did it so well that I was able to start bringing in groups of up to 10,000 people, shutting down places in Miami. I became the head of the Latin sector for the Occupy Miami movement. When I called New York, they told me, stay in Miami, start there. It was 3 of us, and from 3 we went up to 10,000, and it was insane how much it grew. So I understand the spirit for activism. However, I was lucky enough to get recruited by 3 lawyers that were running a nonprofit. They said, hey kid, I heard you're the one to go to. Do you want me to teach you how to make real change? And I said, how do you do that? I'm doing great, look at us, we're all over the news. And they said, no, I'm gonna teach you how to advocate. So they started teaching me how to write resolutions. They started teaching me how to do memorandums. I started going to city-state meetings. I started showing up in Florida State and Tallahassee and meeting with my state representatives. When I did that well and I passed the first 9 resolutions for an organization that had been around for 20 years and hadn't even been able to pass one, they said to me, we want you in Washington, D.C. So they took me to Washington, D.C. and they started testing me. And they gave me the No Ban Act. I don't know if you remember that when President Trump decided that there was going to be a slew of lists where the Muslims couldn't come into the country. And unfortunately, that divided a lot of families, because not all of them are terrorists, right? We have families that were divided, people who were going to get married, children who wanted to see their parents. And so I fought really hard for that. I also fought for the Rohingya, and we passed it. And that was when I began to understand that as essential as activism is, because it is essential, one comes to the other, right? I cannot get my congressman to sign onto a resolution if he doesn't think that his constituents care. Because if you don't know this already, the first job of an elected official on the very first day is to get reelected again. And how does he get reelected again? By his constituents. So I can show up to all of these wonderful, beautiful Washington, D.C. meetings, but if I don't have somebody in the zip code that I can prove and vote against or for him, then I'm not going to be as impactful, right? So I make sure that when I show up with a strong army. I'll say this guy represents 200 people, this guy represents 2,000 people, and so forth, so that I can create constituency pressure. That's how we advocate. Otherwise, I've seen nonprofits show up and they're like, oh, I had 200 meetings. Awesome. Who signed the resolution? And I'm like, okay, that's because it was just you and your staff, right? Okay. So you need to learn to work with your constituency base because they're very powerful. So I learned that when I started advocating for them. And then I was part of the DACA movement. And those of you who don't know, that's the Development, Relief, and Education for Alien Minors. Children that were brought into the United States, not in the US. Children who were taken to the United States by their parents at a very young age, and once they graduated from high school, they wanted to go to college, but they were considered international students, even though they'd never been to wherever the heck their parents brought them from. So I had to fight hard for that. And I went back to my activism role, and I was like, oh, this is extraordinary, we're going to shut down streets, we're going to blow it up, we're going to be all over the news, we're going to get these college kids cracking, right? It was really fun. But at that point, I said, wait a minute, now I understand policy. So in Washington, D.C., I put it together in meetings, and I started meeting with congressmen and senators, and I started showing up, and I started making follow-up calls with their legislative directors and whoever was working on immigration to make sure that that actually happened. I had to follow through on those steps, and that's what you need to do as a nonprofit. It's great if you want to help bad women, right? Let's say you're in Arkansas, and you want to pass some kind of resolution to bring in more funding. Well, guess who gets on those lists for the funding? The people who show up in numbers, right? Right now, I'm working for a project for the New Paradigm Institute. We're pushing a bill, the UAP disclosure bill. I'm also working with the State Assembly of America and Equities Forum, and we're pushing the transnational repression bill to protect people who want to speak up against their foreign countries in America and who are being attacked. And that's something that we were able to push with the Department of Justice, the Department of State, the CIA, the FBI. And the only reason that they listened to me was because I showed up with constituents. So I love that you guys are passionate, but remember, you have to bring the people who care. And if you're working in other countries, you need to find the people that will vote that person in or out. That means what? Now, after 501c3, you should learn more about what a PAC is. 501c4 is that, which by the way, it's illegal for you to talk about either or together, but I'm just explaining it to you. As a 501c3, you know you have to be bipartisan. You're not allowed to talk about any party. You can't talk about the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. And in your countries, I don't know what that law would be. But as a 501c4 for us, then we can turn around and we can support candidates. That means that if I come to you and I brought in constituents and you still will listen to me, guess what I'm going to do? I'm put on my 501c4 hat and I'm going to go, I'm tired of talking to you, you don't listen. I'm finding a candidate to replace you. I'm going to go get voter registration. I'm going to get the community to go. I'm going to make sure you're not here to stand with you. Because your job is to represent us and you're not doing it. Right? We have the power to bring in proper representation who will speak for us. And that goes for your countries as well. You have to remember that you have power. And the power comes in voting. And the power comes in organizing this together. And that's when you start to understand the difference between activism and advocacy. Advocacy is black paperwork. Activism is showing up and being passionate. But you can't have one without the other. So having said that, I'm going to give you some examples. Please write these down. Things that I'm going to put it together and then you'll have access to the presentation as well. You want to provide clear, evidence-based information. Okay, you can't show up and go, this is important to me because blah, blah, blah. No. You want to have success stories or stories of people who have suffered. If you're going to be talking about things to do with women who have been abused, bring one. Bring one and have her speak on the subject. Make sure that they talk about what's happened. If you're talking about human trafficking, bring a survivor. Bring someone who's gone through that. I promise you, their 2 minutes with that religious person will be much more helpful than anything you have to say. Also, you want to make sure that you provide one-pagers and infographics. I can't say this enough. Before my meetings, I make sure I always have a one-pager. It's like your elevator speech, right? You want to make sure that you have a clear, concise message and that you turn that in along with an infographic with data. That's very important. I make sure that every single person who shows up for this meeting says exactly the same talking points. If I have a team in Texas, in Arkansas, New York, and Florida, I want all of them to sound exactly the same. And I train and presume to make sure that they do. I don't want them to be creative. It's important that we go in with the exact same message. Now, so after that, you want to have a private conversation about whatever your thoughts are or experiences. That's no problem. That's great. You know, you're an advocate. But you want to make sure that you are on the same page with all of your meetings and in all of your states or in all of your countries, as you're also expanding internationally. You want to make sure that you build strategic partnerships. Here's the thing, a lot of people sometimes when they work on these things, they don't want to work with other people. There's all kinds of this movement. There's people who want to hog the spotlight, and they just want all the credit. And there's people who don't trust other people to be able to add to it. And there's people who just don't mind sharing. It doesn't matter if you don't like people that are running other nonprofits. I tell you this, I work with a lot of people I don't like. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is what we have as a shared goal. I even sat at a table with an organization that I sued. Okay? And I still invited them to the coalition. You know why? Because I knew that they could reach people that I couldn't. So why would I shut the door to progress? You have access to who you have access. They have access to who they have access. Create a wider net. Okay? Don't worry about whether you like that person or whether that person's doing it. It doesn't matter if they talk about you. Focus on who you're serving. You're here to serve whatever SDG you're here to support.
So if you welcome them to the table and you make sure that all of you are working on the same page, you all have your one-pager, you all have your infographics, you all have your talking points, and you split up the work because we need as many people as we can to become effective. You want to, in that case, and I'm bringing up the coalitions, I sit in over 10 coalitions. I've set coalitions for interfaith, for women's groups, for India, for the Middle East. And in those coalitions, we divide responsibilities or we multiply the same exact responsibilities. And that's very important. For instance, if we're going to do a fundraiser for that cause, right? We're all going to have our own regions and we're going to divide the personnel. And we're all going to make phone calls. Phone banking is important. I actually have one right now that I have to jump on a meeting with. I have 32 states phone banking congressmen and senators for the UAP disclosure bill, and every single one of them is saying the exact same thing. We had 12 organizations that jumped into the coalition, and at the beginning there was a lot of anger because they didn't want to share, they didn't want to work together. But we got them to agree, and guess what? I just got an email less than 20 minutes ago telling me that the coalition has made over 85,000 calls in less than 2 weeks. I wanted to cry. I literally stepped outside thinking to myself, thank you, God. Thank you. Thank you that they were able to step away from each other's way and just multiply that. You know? And that's what you have the power to do. You can do that in Nigeria. You can do that in Brazil. You can do that in Peru. It doesn't matter what the law says. People are people. When people stand up and they say no more, and they call the legislature and they create that pressure, things change, revolutions happen, governments have to roll with the punches, or, you know, it could be a revolution in the country. I mean, this is the way we create change, so don't underestimate your power as an advocate. Also, you want to make sure that you schedule regular meetings and briefings. That's super important. In order to keep your people engaged as a nonprofit, even if you only have 2 or 3 volunteers to start, you keep them engaged and you give them checkpoints and measurable goals. So for instance, the first time I'm not going to tell you that story. Okay, the one that I just did about a year and a half ago, I had trouble with this one organization. It was all men. I'll say that. That's all I'll say about that. It was all men, and they were having trouble taking direction for a little meeting. Right? So I provided this checklist saying, sir, you need to do this and this and this and this by certain time. Well, every time I would send an email saying I need to report back because I need to be able to provide data for my clients, they would have trouble doing that. So I learned to create these things in like an Excel spreadsheet so that they could hold each other accountable. And they could see, okay, well, this state hasn't done it, and this state hasn't done it. And it wasn't me having to beg or look for that information. Instead, they were like, hey, what's going on in New York? Why aren't you doing this? And I kind of like just removed the curtain and became completely transparent so they can hold each other accountable. So having these meetings, having this accountability, that's key. Making sure that you're not just campaigning in the dark is very important. You want to make sure that you engage with Congress, right? Whoever, or in your case, whoever is working in your country. Because you have to make sure that you schedule regular meetings with them. They need to know what's happening. Otherwise, you're going to just do all this by yourself and it's all beautiful and lily, and you're taking food to the poor, and you're taking clothing for the elderly and children, or you're maybe raising money and having an incredible summit for this, but your congressmen don't understand how much of an impact you can make and how important it is. Invite them to your events, have them speak at your events, have them enter one of your Zoom meetings. You know, hey, Congressman Mitchell's here. He just wants to say thank you for all the work that we're doing. You'll be surprised how quickly they are to do it. And after you do, don't think your job is over, because once I have that meeting, that's when my work begins. My work doesn't end there. I notice I've had so many clients that they're like, oh, this is great, we're going to fundraiser. Thanks to you know, we've made over 400 meetings in the past year, and we've been able to push this and this and that. And I'm trying to tell the executive director, yeah, that's awesome. Can we start working now?
Can we do our work? Can we pass this resolution? Can we make sure that we get the right people in here to edit it, and we look at the committees and see who's representing this? So that's another thing. You need to make sure you understand in your government what committees are in charge of whatever SDG you're working on. Because otherwise, maybe you did have 300 meetings and they were awesome. Guess what? They can't affect your policy, right? So you need to do that research. Who's on these committees? Who has the power to say yes or no? Who can you influence? So being able to help nonprofits understand that process has been something that I surprisingly have found quite difficult. So make sure you send your thank you notes, make sure that you keep a progress report. I use Excel, I mean, you can always use other programs, but Excel works for me. I use Google Share Docs, and I make sure that everybody has their information down. If I had a meeting with them, Diana, I need to make sure that you call them. If you see that Diana called them, you need to make sure that you email them. And tag team them. And I go down the list of what's going on. What's going on? Diana's made all the calls, you have made the emails. Make sure that they're meeting in your state and so forth. We want to make sure that in this process we remain non-partisan. We're nonprofits, right? We're NGOs. Sorry, I should say NGOs. We're NGOs. And as NGOs, you want to stay away from politics and focus on serving your people. One of the things that I have found to really help me a lot in this process is making sure that we incorporate community outreach and we incorporate community outreach and anyway, community outreach means that while I'm doing all of this with my team and my volunteers are going to go out there and they're going to table. Table is simple. You have a table, put your information, you have a standing, and you put that in as many places as possible. Because people need to understand that you exist, right? That's just visibility. But what I do with my tabling is I take it up a notch. I make sure that they give me data. So if my team comes to me and they say, oh, look, we tabled at 5 events this month. I'm like, awesome, give me my data. Give me those emails, give me those phone numbers. Who am I going to put on that mailing list so that I can keep activating? I do a phone banking or texting outreach for so that we can get them on board. I need to transform those people that we spoke to into active people who can, push their legislature to do something. If you can do that, I'm like, that's awesome. We have 5 tablings and what? Right? Data is important. Data is the vein that runs through your NGO. It runs through your NGO. Because data means that I can invite them to the event, I can keep them informed. Studies show us that oftentimes it takes 12 hits to be able to transform a person who maybe gave me that data to a volunteer or a person who will show up to a meeting. That means an email, a text, a hello, making sure that you're constantly there, like a little tiny water drop, right? Landing with their head. It shows that at number 12, they'll go, hey, this is Olivia. What are you doing right now? What are you working on? I'm interested. Do you have a meeting? And it's amazing. It's just like stellar, right? We also do that when we're building government relations. I make sure that I identify my legislative director, that I identify whoever's working on that particular subject, whether it be a foreign affairs officer for you guys who want to work with the United States, you want to identify your foreign affairs officer. But you know who becomes my best friend? You know who gets a birthday card for me? You know who I'm friends on Facebook? You know who I say congratulations? That's a cute dog. Scheduler. The little woman or boy or the man on the protocol. The one who controls that calendar. That's my new BFF. Because then I can call and say, hey Molly, how you doing? Happy birthday. Oh my God, I have to get a meeting with Congressman Mitchell because I have people coming in. That becomes my best friend. And I make sure that I nurture that relationship. So remember, as you're going out there, you're reaching out to other countries, to other government companies, don't step over those people. They are your gatekeepers. And don't think that you have to talk to the congressman, you have to talk to the president. Guess what? Who do they listen to? Their legislative director. How many times have I tried to do that? And the legislative director is like, relax, Olivia, I got this. I spent 5 years chasing after a congressman to write me a transnational repression bill so that Indians from India could be protected for speaking up against the Modi regime. It wasn't until this beautiful fellow who was working on national defense for Congressman Adam Schiff was able to come to me and say, hey, Olivia, when you're always bugging me on this, I gotta tell you, I have gifts for you. And he handed me this beautiful transnational repression bill, ready to go, with already 4 signatures on it. But guess what happened? Because I was always there. I always said hello. I always made sure we were connected. So relationships are very important. Aside from tabling, I want to tell you, go to universities and do teachings. I do tours for documentaries that make sure that the student bodies go ahead and run those organizations. So I just had one for a documentary also from India. And we were at Columbia University, we had their student group come out, we bought them some pizza, brought in some people, and we just copy paste at different universities. Because these kids, these students, they're living with passion. I was that kid. I was that kid at the university, passing out flyers, going, here, do this, oh, this is bad, you know, we have to support this. I know where that passion comes from. And those kids are the ones that are turning into activists and advocates. So take that into account. Also make sure you always have at least 1 monthly Zoom. I don't care if 5 people show up to your first Zoom, you keep doing it. You keep posting it, you keep sharing it. Because that's how people understand about your movement. And make sure that you also attend other people's events. Okay? You don't always want to be the leader of that event. If you see an NGO talking about helping the elderly, you call them. You say, hey, how are you doing? My name is Olivia. I'm here talking about the elderly. I got some stuff I can give to you. I'm going to give it to you. Why am I here today? I'm here supporting the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights, right? I know that they're here to help. Okay, so really quickly, I'm going to jump back. I started working with Manny and Isabel, and have any of you heard of Biz Expand? Biz Expand? Okay, so you know how when you paid for those courses and you logged in and you saw that webinar? That was Manny's beautiful brain that created all of these things with Biz Expand. And he's able to give you that portal so that you can put in your webinars or your trainings and so forth. So as a gift to you from USID and JAR, if you want to take a course that, well, not even a course, it's actually a coaching. Once a week, I log into Zoom, I leave it on for 2 hours, and the nonprofits come in and ask me questions. Hey, Linda, I want to do this, how do I do it? I give you templates, I show you the best practices on how to get things done, and then I connect you with other people to help you. I'm giving it to you guys at 50% off, $49. You can't beat that because you're getting coaching directly from someone who's been there and done that. I feel like I've done enough of it. I'm ready to pass the baton on to the next generation to get it done. So that's something you're interested, come and ask me, and I'll give you my cards and hook it up. If you already have my cards, you go on my website, it's there. But I want to tell you, because I want us to be supportive of what Manuel said. Manuel said, you have to turn this into money, right? And I remember when I was talking to Isabel in my head, I was like, dude, I've been doing this for 24 freaking years. I have so many of these clients that are paying me between $2,000 to $5,000, or I was more in the $2,000 to $3,000 range. I had like 6 clients at the time, remember? And I was burnt out. And I couldn't charge them more because they didn't have more. You know, they can't give it what they don't have. And then I was like, Olivia, you're doing this wrong. You're doing it wrong. This Expand helps you make that residual income that he was talking about, and that money helps us to be able to fund the movements that we're doing. In the first month when I started that, I think it was like $9,200, $9,000, right? All I was doing was just paying it forward to these nonprofits that were at different levels, you know? So activism is important, advocacy is important. They go hand in hand. You have to learn how to navigate both sides, and if you need my help, I'm here to help you.
This one was not reversed because anyone who really deserves this award for global ambassador for a sustainable future is Olivia. Incredible.
the colors of considering. You're holding up. You're engaging. You're looking alert. I like that for this kind of day. We have been so blessed to have. I have a speech. Okay, well, we're going to pivot. We have something special for you here.
So, as it was announced this morning, Mayor Uchku is coming back for the conclusions and for the graduation ceremony. And we have one more speaker who's coming to me. While we are waiting for him, I figure out for saving times, we can all already distribute the certificates for all of you, right? As sustainable advocate, my team has done a wonderful job. Put them all on that table in alphabetical order. So just have to look through like names A or B to D or, then you take them carefully with you at your table. And when you're hearing your name, right, you come up on the stage with the certificate on your hand. Don't forget it on the table, right? So we can do very, very quick this whole process. So here's quick instructions. This is what you're gonna do. After you go and take the certificates, right? You stay with it at your table. Be careful, don't drop tea or coffee on it, right? If you do, we'll make another one happen. Yes. So then, basically, you are gonna come through here on stage. President Juancha and I will be situated already. You're coming in the middle. You're taking the individual picture with us, and then you're going like this behind us. Protocol, okay? Like this. And then the next person will be ready to come here. So we're not going to call name necessarily. You just form a line and we'll kind of do it. And not right now. Yes. Okay, table like this is in alphabetical order. Okay. So right now, because we have about 5 minutes, let's do by rows, right? So let's start with there's not a lot of people. The first row and second row, you can stand up and go to that table and try finding your own certificate. Okay? Quickly. We have about 5 minutes for this. You want to, yes. So the first 2 rows. So it is alphabetical order by first name. First name. So if your name is Isabel, you will do. For the people at home, thank you so much for being with us. Don't leave yet. You can take a 2 5-minute break. Get hydrated. Thank you so much for being with us. I know a lot of you have been reading your texts in your chats in the YouTube link, right? So I know a lot of you have made a lot of efforts to watch us live. Some of you woke up at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. to just be live on the live stream with us. So thank you so much. For you, the certificates will come via digital way. Yes, so after you got your certificates, you can go back to your tables, please. Back to your table. This is like behind the scenes work, right? Nobody will know what happened here. Except the whole live stream. It's not too much. So, once the first 2 rows are ready, take a seat. Okay. Then we'll do the 3rd row and 4th row. But let's wait for everyone to sit. If there are any spelling errors, just know that we took the name as you entered it yourself in our system. So we do apologize for any spelling errors, and you can reach out to our office via email. We are able to correct it and send it to you back digitally so you can print the certificate, okay? For those of you at home, we will be printing, we will be emailing you all your certificates as well. Okay. So we are ready for row number 3, please. Everyone from row number 3. Oh my God, the people at home, I wish you could see this wonderful room because it's beautiful what is happening here. I cannot move the camera around, otherwise I'm going to get in trouble and we do not want to lose the feed. But what we want to do while we are waiting for the conclusions of the day, and then we are going to do the graduation ceremony, we are going to find our tables, okay? So if you got your certificate, please have a seat back at your table. It's not ready, you're not ready for conclusions. And giving you all again the instructions in case you forgot. Take your certificate, go back to your table, hold on to your certificate. After the speeches of conclusions, we are going to tell you when to come and we are ready for the ceremony. You form a line and you come one by one on the stage. And do your individual picture. And then we'll do a very big group picture. We'll have to figure out where.
Maybe repeat it.
Women and youth, the power we hold, building strong communities, brave.
Just have a seat back at your tables. People in the back taking pictures with your certificates. You know I have the power to cancel them also. Follow my instructions, please. Go back to be seated at your table. Imagine if the mayor is going to come right now and all of you are just there. So please be respectful for everyone else who have followed my instructions. And people in the back who are taking pictures at the background, I want you all to go back to your seats, please. Now, number 4 row, you guys can go and grab your certificates. So efficient, great. 5 stars for following my instructions. Now, by raise of hands. Come on, everyone. Take back your seats. Is there anyone who doesn't have a certificate from the people who are full experienced delegates? From the people who are general attendees? From the people who came from the street and don't know what we are doing here? You do not get a certificate. You have had to have come every single day to get this certificate. Okay? Not shopping tomorrow. We'll have time for shopping tomorrow. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the agenda for tomorrow. Where is the agenda? Someone have the agenda? Let me see. I found the agenda. Since we spent time there too. And my team, if you kindly can follow up with the speaker that is supposed to be next. Because I can talk forever, even though my voice is wondering.
Stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms.
Okay, so. Okay, so for tomorrow, very quickly the program, 1 minute of your attention, okay? So tomorrow is a cultural day. So you'll have breakfast at Avcılar as usual, and about 8:50, please do not be late. My bus manager here, Mrs. Judy, make sure that you're going on the bus. So, because at 9 a.m. we are leaving, so 8:50. What time I said? Excellent, so 8:50 we are going to be ready. We are taking the bus to Old Town Istanbul, which is Sultanahmet, right? Right, some of you already went there, you left it, right? Now we're going to go during the day. So, it's a little bit far from our hotel, also depending on traffic. So we might do about 45 to 1 hour minutes. Again, that's why I'm saying, emphasizing, do not be late, because we don't want all the people who got into the bus to have to wait for the others, right? And then we will be arriving, because of the narrow streets in Istanbul, it's impossible to drop us, exactly there. So we'll have to do a little bit of walking. Wear comfortable shoes. What can I say? Wear comfortable shoes. You got it. Excellent. Because there's going to be a lot of walking involved. So then we will drop you off in Sultanahmet, and you yourself, you're going to split yourself into little groups, bigger or smaller, and you'll visit places because everything is within walking distance, right? I'm going to ask my team tonight to post a map of the locations we recommend you to visit, right? Ms. Javier works also in the field, so if you have any questions, you can ask her too. And I know some other people in this room have visited previously, so you can ask them as well. And you can visit anything from Hagia Sophia to the Blue Mosque. I'm not sure exactly if you're going to be allowed to get inside Hagia Sophia because it's a very, very popular place, and unless you want to stay 2 hours in a line. But if you want to, because you came to this beautiful country, beautiful city, please make sure you have a scarf with you. Otherwise, you won't be allowed to go inside. If you do not have a scarf from you because you forgot to put one in your luggage, do not forget you're in Istanbul. So ask and you should receive. There are a lot of shops there in the area where you can buy scarf, the best scarf. I have an entire collection of them actually. And you can visit anything. You can even go to the bazaar. Now the bazaar, I don't know how many of you know about the bazaar in Istanbul, but it's about 60,000 square feet. It's a huge place. It takes you like 4 hours to visit all the little shopping sites too. So again, comfortable shoes. So you can visit some of the cultural places and then go to the bazaar and start shopping. If you do not want to go to the bazaar, we hear a lot of shops the entire like tram. You see once you get there, tramway. It's full of little shops. You even can take your picture dressed like in a Turkish clothing store. I encourage you to go to the restaurants, local restaurants. Try the ice cream trick. Who here tried the ice cream trick so far? The ice cream trick. Oh, one person. Miss Charlie, you gotta take everyone to try the ice cream trick. So when you see an ice cream truck, go there. Buy your ice cream. You see what happens. We're gonna love it. Have somebody to fit in. You love this. So you can stop at a local cafe or go to a nice, beautiful restaurant. Enjoy your lunch on your own, right? Like be with friends, make some networking. Then we are going to tell you exactly the time you have to go to be back at the same location we dropped you out. So we get in the bus. Now, again, very important, you do not want to miss the bus. So that will be probably around 3 p.m. because we want to be back at the hotel by 4. Why? Because we need to make ourselves beautiful, beautiful, beautiful and dressed for the VIP gala dinner sponsored and hosted by our very dear Mayor Avcılar. Okay? So we want to go there. Another bus will come to pick us up. It's very close to the location this time. Around 6:50. Outposting the group, right? It's outposting the group exactly. Because the gala dinner is from 7 to 9 o'clock. And that's relaxed mode. That's making more friends, more networking, listening to beautiful music. We have a DJ, we have traditional dances, cultural program for all of you. Now, also tomorrow, we will be posting in the WhatsApp group, the time the buses leave back to the airport. So what we're going to do, we're going to post, we have this hour and this hour and this hour. You will have to know exactly at what time you are need to go back to the airport on the 11th, right? So let's say your airplane leaves at 1 p.m., right? If your airplane is at 1 p.m., take into account you need to be 2 hours before the airport, and then it's taking a minimum of 1 hour of traffic from the hotel to the airport. So it's better to stay there and you enjoy shopping, go to the duty free or whatever. So just be there early. So like I would say for somebody whose flight leaves at 1 p.m., you might want to go and stay in the airport at around 10, 9, 10 in the morning, right? So with a lot of buses like that, will look because you already able to resend us your return tax. Some of you are enjoying some extra days in Istanbul, but we only have transportation and service from the mayor's office on the 11th, right? So if you don't want to come on the bus, that's fine. That's like an addition that we are including, so you don't have to pay on your own. But you're feel free. Just let us know. Feel free to say I'm going taking a taxi on my own, which that's okay with. Okay, so we are still waiting for the mayor to arrive, and we have one more speaker, which she does amazing job. Laura, you want to join me to tell me a little bit about our next speaker? Yes.
Okay, so we do have an excellent speaker that is still here. Serving as the head of European Union and External Relations for the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality Council, where she's responsible for representing and advancing the interests of over 16 million residents. In her role, she leads efforts to strengthen ties between Istanbul and the European Union. And I want you all to welcome Nazmi Akuz.
Everyone can hear me? Yes. So I'm the last. Thank you for being here and listening to me. My name is Nazlı Akgül. I'm the head of European Union and Foreign Affairs Commission at Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality Council. I'm a political scientist and I'm a politician at CHP, which is the first biggest party in Turkey. And it's very great honor for me to be here. So I would like to first of all congratulate Avcılar Declaration, and all of you all for organizing such a meaningful summit, and I thank you for your invitation. Today I would like to talk to you about Istanbul's journey towards sustainable development. Before I begin, I'll share a few words about one of the key figures in this process. As we all know, our mayor of Istanbul, Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu, has not only focused on local services during his term, but has also attracted international attention with his efforts to build a local governance model in line with democracy, transparency, and global sustainability goals. Unfortunately, due to the political and legal atmosphere in Turkey, he is currently deprived of his freedom. This situation is not only a test for Turkey, but also for global future of local democracy. Because İmamoğlu is a leader who inspires not only the people of Istanbul, but also the United Nations, the Council of Europe, the B40 Balkan Cities Network, the C40 Cities Leadership, Climate Leadership Network, and local governments around the world. Therefore, the reactions and statements of support from Europe and the United Nations show that this process is not just an internal matter, but a defense of a local leader in the framework of universal democratic values. The Congress of Local and Regional Authorities of the Council of Europe openly criticized Ekrem İmamoğlu's judicial process, where various actors at the United Nations, especially during the Sustainable Development Goals Summit, referred to his leadership and recognized him as an exemplary figure in achieving global goals at the local level. Today, we will briefly discuss the values represented by his vision, this leadership, and this struggle, because sustainable development is not not only an environmental and economic issue, but also a matter of the rule of law, inclusivity, and democratic governance. Distinguished guests, I would like to express how Istanbul, one of the world's most dynamic metropolises, has entered the transformation process in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and how it has produced innovative local solutions for this path. As you know, the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda is not only a roadmap for national governments, but also for cities and local governments. Because we now know very clearly that the goals may be global, but the solutions start locally. This perspective forms the foundation of the vision of Istanbul's mayor, Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu. At the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals Summit held in New York in 2023, he said that the world cannot reach Sustainable Development Goals without the leadership of cities. We local leaders are no longer just implementers, we are carriers of global process. This vision is not just a statement, it is supported by many concrete policies, multi-stakeholder collaboration, and strategic planning. I would like to present Istanbul's work in this area under 6 main headings. 1. Climate action and environmental sustainability, which are indicated with Sustainable Development Goals 11 and 13. Istanbul was the first city in Turkey to prepare the Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plan, which is called SECA, aiming to be carbon neutral by 2050, and its immediate goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 52% by 2030. Among our implementations, I can count that establishing green transportation system with electric buses and marine vehicles, increasing bicycle lanes and pedestrian areas, enhancing natural spaces with light valleys that connect different parts of the city, installing solar energy systems in municipal buildings and schools. Additionally, Istanbul has become an active actor in global climate diplomacy by joining the C40 Cities Network. 2. Urban resilience and disaster preparedness indicated Sustainable Development Goals 9 and 11. In our city, Istanbul, which is unfortunately at risk of earthquakes, the municipality has prepared a comprehensive urban resilience master plan. In this context, AI-supported earthquake risk maps were created, thousands of public buildings were reinforced, resilient and accessible social housing projects were implemented, community-based disaster centers were established in every district. Additionally, all planning processes are based on scientific data through our Istanbul Planning Agency. 3. Social justice and inclusivity, which is indicated with Social Development Goals 1, 5, and 10. Istanbul's approach to sustainability stands out not only with its environmental efforts, but also its social dimension. Highlight the implementation of establishing direct solidarity linkages among cities through suspended bills, women's solidarity centers providing free legal and psychological support to women, early education support through children's development career in low-income neighborhoods, pilot models for basic income for low-income households, such as income support and rent assistance. With our Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu's statement, gender equality will be one of Istanbul's core principles. The municipality also signed the European Charter for Equality of Women and Men in Local Life. Fourth heading, Sustainable Transportation and Green Infrastructure, indicated with Sustainable Development Goals 9 and 11. transportation and infrastructure investments are developed in line with the goals. I can count that over 100 kilometers of new metro lines under construction. Integrated smart transportation systems are being used throughout all cities. Istanbul Card has become a digital platform not only for transportation but also for access to social services. Multimodal transport is encouraged through sea taxis, electric scooter networks, and parking bicycle integration. 5. Education, health, and innovative ecosystem, which are in sustainable development goals for 8 and 17. Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality provides multi-phase services for young people. What are they? I can count that employment support, entrepreneurship workshop, internship workshop through young offices, free internet all around the city, libraries and study rooms in public spaces, scholarship support for women as low income and households who are mainly university students, supporting green initiatives and urban technologies in collaboration with universities. Additionally, the annual Sustainable Development Goals, hackathons, and policy labs contribute to young-driven sustainability solutions. And last heading, 6.1, transparency, participation, and international cooperation, which are indicated with Sustainable Development Goal 16 and 17. Our metropolitan municipalities governance approach is literally based on transparency and participation. Istanbul was one of the first municipalities in Turkey to publish a voluntary local review report, which is quite significant. Decision-making processes are democratized through open data portals, public assemblies, and public participatory budget applications. At the same time, cooperation with international organizations continues, such as United Nations, UN Habitat, OECD, EJ. As a conclusion, dear friends, what we see today in Istanbul is, of course, not a perfect city, but a city that seriously aims for a change. Under the leadership of Ekrem İmamoğlu, Istanbul has made sustainability a core governance principle, not just a secondary policy. An inclusive, green, transparent, and future-oriented local governance model is being built now. As a result, Istanbul's sustainable development journey is not only a local governance success, but also a reflection of shared human values. And I would like to conclude my words with the words of Ekrem İmamoğlu, the guide of this path. Bir kenti dönüştürmek aslında bir toplumu dönüştürmektir. What I say is, transforming a city is actually transforming a society. And please, let's never forget, there is no salvation alone, either all together or none of us will. Thank you.
Okay, I'm back to being MC. Okay, so there's a little bit of practical math. We have about 2 more minutes, and I wanted to fill in the gap. So I thought that made myself clear. So I'm going to tell you the instructions, right? So what I said earlier, now that you have your certificate, we are all going to form a line there by the wall, right? The same, row by row. And you come here on the stage, you take your picture right here in the middle, you go behind, you go like this. Don't wait for somebody to call your name, because I'm not going to have the microphone, right? So So we're not calling names for people to lose another 1 hour for each person and all that. You're coming, taking a picture with your certificate, you're going back the stage. And then we do the closing ceremony with the speeches of President Raja and the mayor, and then we all have a group picture, a very, very big group picture with your certificate in hand. You got me? Okay, good, good. We still have time to get. Let's take some questions. Can somebody help me give a microphone to people or feedback or anything so we can fill in this gap so we're not falling asleep? No, take this one. No, talk in this one. Okay. Yes, Janet.
Yes, it's not a question, it's just to everybody here, if I could have everybody's attention.
Get the microphone a little bit closer to
Okay,
your
can you hear me better now? Okay, just to everybody here, we were here this week, and it cannot be the last time that we speak to each other. That's what I'm saying. I have met some wonderful people. We have a common denominator here. It's our passion to serve, and so no matter what part of the world we're from, we need to continue this partnership and this relationship and this amistad. So thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Very well said. If we have other people that can give a short feedback, testimonial, anything you just open up your mind while being here, you got excited about a topic, feel there. Manuel? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. Okay.
I'm Ogochukwu from Nigeria, and collaboration is key. We are all here, and each one of us has access to endless opportunities. I don't know if USIHR will create a database that will have our numbers, our emails, so you have anything to do in Nigeria, and you know, oh, there was somebody or people from Nigeria. Am I meet with them, and can I get access to, or somebody in Congo, I want to go to Congo, I shouldn't go there like a stranger with, let's create a global community. But most times it has been, mostly in Africa, people accessing Africa, the basic thing has been trust. A lot of fraudsters, a lot of things, but we have authentic people here, and we mustn't fall into the same problem that we would have been vulnerable to if we were not here. So I'm suggesting to USIHR, let's have a database where we could actually go. I want to go to Congo. I just go 2025 Sustainable Future Summit and go. And if I see you, I will recognize you, right? And if you see me, you recognize me. So we have access to as many places we want to go to collaborate, to take our businesses forward and support each other.
Thank you so much for your. So to answer your question, we do have a place like that, because we did talk about that. So all of you, when you registered to come to the summit, once you got into the USIHR database, you received a separate email to be part of the USIHR community group. So that community group, we actually have on different topics, such as human rights, SDG, or partnerships, or anything like that. So in order, because nowadays with GDPR and policies, we are not allowed to associate a person's name with a specific country. But we do encourage these types of interactions, so I suggest you strongly after this summit, go explore on that group. I have it bookmarked on my phone also. I'm clicking up on it as an app. We are in the process of developing also our own app that will give you access, but right now you can use the browser. It's the link for that is a groups.usihr.org, right? So if you already received an invitation from our system, you should already have access to it. If you didn't, don't worry, we have an amazing customer support system, so then you can write us an email at info@usihr.org. The same applies for the people at home, so we do have a group, but thank you for the suggestion. Theo now.
Hey,
hold on, Vicky, it was Theo. She raised her hand.
I wanted to say I'm very grateful to be here. A lot of the presentations have been very, as if I'm digesting the most diverse plate of food that I've ever had. As an intercultural liaison, being here, I've had the opportunity to practice the languages. And what I want to say is, I learned a lot from the president, the class, where you have to take everything out of it. Now that part may seem like inhumane. Unfortunately, the business side, you need to be structured. And in the class, Ms. Olivia gave us about like structuring and policies. This is how we're going to implement. We are sustainability advocates right now. How are we going to implement that when we get home? I'm looking forward to this because I just ate the biggest food and I'm about to digest that and I'm going to tell these people about what I just experienced here. And the class that Dr. Isabel just gave us on sustainability just gave us the blueprint. Here's what you're going to do. Here's how to do it. Now, you guys have no excuses. I'm an individual. I know a lot of you guys have organizations, but you are not alone because we're all in this together. And that's using the networks, the groups that she has on USIDHR.org, the groups on Facebook that she has, the WhatsApp group. Communicate. Don't just be here. Say something and collaborate. I've met so many people here. I've already been networking, and that's what you're supposed to be doing. And using this space, that's how you build a chain to make a change as a sustainability advocate. And I thank you for this.
Thank you so much, Nika. Thank you. What a great comment.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I couldn't take my flight. Today will be the last day that I can see you everybody. And this was a very pleasure moment share with everybody. And now I can say we are a family now. We as a family will be in contact. We are in the group, the WhatsApp group, we have the community in WhatsApp, in Facebook, and we can be in contact. We need to change the world, we need to make something different together, but keep work together. Thank you so much. A pleasure to meet everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Jim Motuta from Congo. I'm very happy to meet all of us again in this country because it's not the first time at 2022 we was here. And I will wish the US institution next time we can be also in any country in Africa, it will be also a good thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for doing the mic work.
Okay, I have two quick questions. One for the room. I don't know who got some pictures from the first night when we all went up to the restaurant, but I didn't have my camera on me. So anybody who got some good pictures from that night,
Yes, I think that's a great suggestion. I think what is the best to do, we created a Google Drive folder that is open access. So we will be sharing that into the WhatsApp group, and I know the internet problems in the country. So then whenever you have internet access, good internet, please drop any pictures, even if it's 1,000 pictures, just put them in that folder because that's going to be best. Excellent.
I just wanted to let you know that I got an inside scoop from somebody, one of our technicians regarding the red. Oh, never mind. There I go.
Evet. Kıymetli hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, dünyanın dört bir yanından ülkemize, İstanbul'umuza ve ev sahibi olduğumuz avcılarımıza gelerek bir dizi toplantı gerçekleştirdiniz. Sizleri ağırlamaktan, birbirinden değerli konukları avcılarda ağırlamaktan onur duyuyorum, mutluluk duyuyorum. Hepinize hoş geldiniz diyorum. Kıymetli konuklar, dün açılış konuşmasında aslında bakış açımızı anlatmıştım ama bugün biraz daha doğaçlama bir konuşmayla sizlere hitap etmek isterim. Tabii genç bir belediye başkanıyım. Bunu bir arada olduğumuz ortamlarda vurgulamıştım. Genç belediye başkanı nedir aslında biraz açmak isterim. Tabii eşine benzerine az rastlanır bir durum. Bilirsiniz siyasette gençlere çok fazla yer verilmez. Kadınlara çok fazla yer verilmez. Aslında erkek egemen bir iş olarak algılanır siyaset. Ama biz bunu bu dönem kırdık. Özellikle mensubu olduğu siyasi ideoloji Cumhuriyet Halk Partisi bu dönem hem kendi içerisinde büyük bir değişimi başlattı. Biliyorsunuz dünyanın en büyük sosyal demokrat partisidir Cumhuriyet Halk Partisi. Önce kendi içerisindeki değişimi başlattı ve ardından aslında genç evlatlarını toplumun önüne sunarak bu dönemde büyük bir başarı elde etti. 31 Mart seçimlerinde partimiz Cumhuriyet Halk Partisi Türkiye'nin yeni birinci partisi oldu. Tabii umutlar yeniden yeşerdi, umutlar yeniden tazelendi, güvenler yeniden tazelendi. Biz de genç bir belediye başkanı olarak halkımızın, ilçemizin, kentimizin sorunlarıyla ilgilenmeye başladık. Tabii bugünün de konusu olan sürdürülebilirlik, gençlik, kadınlar aslında dünyada olduğu kadar bizim ülkemizde de çok önemli ve bizim de sık sık tartıştığımız konuların başında geliyor. Gençlik nedir? Aslında gençlik gelecektir. Gençlik gelecektir ama gençlik aynı zamanda bugünü de temsil eder. Çünkü öyle bir çağdayız ki, öyle bir çağ yaşıyoruz ki adeta bilginin saliselik bir zaman diliminde ulaşıldığı ve aslında çok küçük yaşta bir çocukla çok büyük yaşta bir insanın arasında bilgiye ulaşma konusunda hiçbir fark kalmadığı bir çağdan geçiyoruz. Siz dünya olarak belki bunun çok daha ötesindesiniz. Ülkemiz belki biraz daha gerisinde. Fakat hepimiz kendi bulunduğumuz alanlarda bunu hep beraber deneyimliyoruz, yaşıyoruz. Genç demek aslında vizyon demektir. Çağı yakalamak demektir. Teknolojiyi kullanabilmek demektir. Empatiyi, o duyguyu karşılıklı yaşatmak demektir. Çünkü maalesef ülkemizde siyasetçi dediğimizde biraz tanımada beni lütfen yanlış anlamasınlar. Kelli felli böyle yürüdüğünde ses getiren bir tanımlama olarak görüyoruz siyasetçiyi. Hayır, siyasetçi aslında uzun boylu olabilir, kısa boylu olabilir, çok naif bir görüntüsü olabilir, çok sert de bir görüntüsü olabilir. Ama maalesef bizim ülkemizde siyasetçi dediğimizde böyle yaşlı, kelli, felli bir insan olarak tanımlanıyor. Ama biz siyasetçinin insana hizmet etmesi gerektiğini, insan için var olması gerektiğini ve aslında siyaset kurumunda insanların sorunlarına çözüm üretmesi gerektiğini her zaman altını çiziyoruz. Genç ne demek? Benim tanımımda genç şu demek. Genç, ülkemizde yaşayan annelere evlat olmak demek. Ben bir siyasetçiyim ama aynı zamanda bir evladım, bir oğlum. Genç siyasetçi demek bir kardeş olmak demek. Ben siyasetçiyim ama aynı zamanda gençlerimizin kardeşiyim. Ben siyasetçiyim, çocuklarımızın abisiyim. Ben siyasetçiyim, kadınların her zaman tüm hassasiyetlerini göz önünde bulunan yeni bir profil siyasetçi. O yüzden bizim genç tanımımız işte tam da böyle bir gençlik tanımlıyor. Yaş aralığını tanımlamıyor, zihniyet aralığını tanımlıyor. O yüzden bizim ülkemizin işte bu zihniyetini değiştirecek yeni genç kadın siyasetçilere ihtiyacı var. Çünkü maalesef bunu üzülerek ifade etmek istiyorum. Belki dünyanın birçok gelişmiş ülkelerinde sistem hakim ama lider ülkelerinde maalesef siyasetçiler belirliyor. İçtiğimiz suyu siyasetçiler belirliyor. Yediğimiz ekmeği siyasetçiler belirliyor. Bazen işçinin kaderini siyasetçiler belirliyor. Mesela bir emekçi bir işçi ay sonu evine kaç para maaş götürecek? Bunu siyasetçiler belirliyor. O yüzden işte bizlerin ülkemizde çok daha fazla sorumlulukları artıyor. Çünkü biz lider ülkesiyiz. Biz maalesef kurumsallaşabilen sistem ülkesi değiliz. Ki bizim mücadelemizde aslında lider mücadelesi değil, sistem mücadelesidir. Kişiler gelip gittiğinde, ideolojiler gelip gittiğinde sistemlerin devam etmesi ve ülkenin gencine, yaşlısına, çocuğuna, sağlığına, eğitimine, ekonomisine sistem üzerinden bakabilmesi ve aslında 5 yıllık, 10 yıllık politikalar üzerinden değil, 100 yıllık, 1000 yıllık politikalar üzerinden sistemini devam ettirmesi gerekiyor. Ve aslında önlerinde ceketleriyle dikledikleri siyasetçilere hayır, sizin önünüzde evet ceketi dikleyebiliriz ama siz bizim kaderimizi belirleyemezsiniz. Sizleri biz seçtik. Sizler gelip gidensiniz ama bu ülke her zaman kalacaktır. Çocuklarımız her zaman var olacaktır. Gençler her zaman var olacaktır. Ve aslında kadınlar her zaman vardır. Sizden önce de vardı. Sizden önce de var olacaktır. Bir sorunu siyasetçilerin aslında akıllarına, zihinlerine kazıması gerekiyor değerli dostlarım. İşte böyle bir ülkedeyiz. Ve kararlılıkla yolculuğumuza devam ediyoruz. Bugünkü yaptığınız, bugün, yarın yapacağımız bu çıktılar, bu fikirler aslında dünyada ufuk açacak ve ülkemizden aldığımız ilhamla da aslında dünyaya sizler de bir mesaj vereceksiniz. Çok selamlarımı gönderin. Deyin ki onlara 1991 doğumlu 34 yaşında ve yarım milyon nüfuslu bir ilçeyi, denizi, gölü, aslında sorunları olan bir ilçeyi gencecik bir arkadaşımız yönetiyor. Ve çok başarılı olmaya da talip. İnşallah da çok başarılı olacağını bizler de inanıyoruz. Deyin ki onlara bu selamı gönderirken Türkiye demokrasiyi içselleştirmiş, kurucusu Gazi Mustafa Kemal Atatürk'le beraber 100 yıllık Cumhuriyet geçmişiyle, demokrasi geçmişiyle çok kararlı bir ülke. Adaletini sonuna kadar savunuyor. Hakkı, hukuku sonuna kadar savunuyor ve muasır medeniyetler seviyesinin üzerine çıkmaya kararlı. O yüzden teşekkür ediyorum hepinize. Sizleri burada ağırlamaktan, sizlerin fikirlerinden faydalanmaktan, her birinizi ayrı ayrı tanımaktan büyük bir mutluluk duyuyorum. Çok daha keyifli günlerde belediye başkanlarımızın tutuklanmadığı, halkın seçtiğinin sandıkla gideceği, seçimle gelenin seçimle gideceği keyifli günlerde, güzel günlerde aslında çalışmayanın gideceği, iş üretmeyenin gideceği, iş üretenin, seçilenin kalacağı o güzel günlerde tekrar sizleri Avcılar'da ağırlamaktan büyük bir mutluluk duyacağım. Bir şey daha söylemeyi unuttum. Selam gönderirken değerli dostlarınıza hem Türkiye'nin en genç belediye başkanlarından bir tanesinin hem de Türkiye'nin en yakışıklı belediye başkanlarından bir tanesinin selamını size getirdik demeyi de asla unutmayın. İlk konuşmamda söylediğim böyle kapatmak isterim. Hepinize yürekten teşekkür ediyorum. Umut her zaman var. Sizler çok güçlüsünüz. Kadınlar çok güçlü. Gençler çok güçlü. Ve eminim ülkemizde sorunlar olduğu kadar dünyada da sorunlar var. Bunların da farkındayız. Hiç kimse yalnız değil. Hiçbiriniz asla yalnız değilsiniz. Nerede haksızlığa uğruyorsanız bilin ki bu arkadaşınız ve İstanbul, Avcılar ve Türkiye sizin her zaman yanınızda olacak. Nerede bir hukuksuzluk varsa asla kendinizi yalnızda hissetmeyin. Binlerce kilometre ötede kız kardeşleriniz var, kadınlar var, gençler var, demokrasiye inanmış bizler varız. Asla ve asla yalnız olmayacaksınız. Biz de inanıyoruz ki bizler de asla yalnız değiliz. Hepinize saygılarımı sunuyorum. Sağ olun.
We are the spark, the flame that dies, changing the world with every remark.
Send out the picture to our mayor and our partner on the mayor for your support, and also, thank you for the team behind the scenes, for municipality, also for Istanbul, for everyone who was here partnered with us and create this beautiful summit. It's a summit which we bring the viewpoint of the public, we bring the viewpoint of the private sector, and bring your viewpoint from civil society and your presence here. With everything here and everything is doing the work, we hear the good, the bad, and the ugly, and the success. This you need to understand, here, what he said, he is the youngest mayor, and he didn't stop to be the best. Because, again, it was about the legacy, what he wants to create. He wants to create what he wants to create for the people of Avcılar, for the people of Istanbul, and for the people for this country. That is important, and that is not stopping only for the country. He wants, to share that knowledge with you, and that what is good to get to international level. And that we need to take in and apply in our community, and also share from our community to apply here and wherever you need it, okay? Because we are from from different places, different continents, and I want that to get in, to understand you can do it. No, nothing will stop you. Just stop yourself to not implement. It's easy. And also don't be yourself. You have friends. You create new friends. You create new partners. You create new relationships. But you create new network. And remember what we said. It was too much. Also today, it was very nice. It was beautiful outside. You see, we come with the rain. And after that, everything, look, we finished with the sun. You see the light. Tomorrow will be a good day. And we can implement what we learned today. Also today was a word on the road because we was the last to be digested, which we people said, it's lots of information, but for some people it was overwhelming. I totally understand, but you need to that information because you have access to those information, on YouTube with the private area where we deposit this, and you can go back and listen more, and listen again, and apply. And because that is important. It's not because, it's not working for me. It's working because, you need to have that, you have a good example of public service. You have Olivia, from lobbyists. You have Dr. Isabel from, founder of non-profit organization which are successful globally. You will have from people from Congo, 3 days, to get here, that is like, hey, I want to be there. If I want to be there, I need to be there. Doesn't matter if you know it's rain, the bus is not coming, the airplane is not working, they are here. And also, again, for you, thank you so much for never give up and being an example for this. I want to acknowledge, okay, the ladies from Nigeria. I want to acknowledge everyone, from Ukraine, from DRC Congo, from I would say from every DRC, Dominican Republic, every United States, everywhere, because also, maybe you are a US citizen, but you are a dual citizen, you want to help your country as well. This is the beauty, okay? Because that we are doing here, that we are, by USAID, it's not just to give you knowledge, it's take your hand and help you when you give up. I'm up here, I'll be in your face, so you like it or like it, I'll be in your face, say what you are doing. Did you finish your mission? No, okay. What hold you back? And that is the beauty, and you're a good example. Thank you so much, dear Mayor. You are a partner of us. We are part of the United States, and you are partner of all those beautiful people from the world, which are coming here, and also they are also live, and that it's a hope for people who didn't believe everything is working. And this kind of SDG goals also, to change something which is not working in the United Nations. You have the homework to do it when you have access to internet, but it's your message. You can make the change if you want to do the change. And to be sure, and to have everything here, take a moment and be grateful, and then say thank you to myself because I'm here. Thank you to everyone to be here, and thank you because we have passed all the barriers which behind the scenes to make this beautiful summit and to demonstrate to others we are the first summit in the world doing this stuff, by the way. We are the first one. And give your applause because you made it. And be grateful because your community, your family make the point, to be here and to believe in you, and also your organization to send you here, public, private, or civil society, because you learn something. And you implement tomorrow, you go tomorrow, you can implement because it's working. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for doing the best of your person. And thank you because you show you can do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. What a beautiful day. So, we are going to get ready to start for the award ceremony, but before that, as President Wancha mentioned, there were some very special people in this room, and also throughout these days with us, that we want to acknowledge their work. So first, we want to acknowledge the technical team of Avcılar Declaration that have helped this event happen. So I'm going to ask them to follow me on the stage to get the Global Ambassador for Sustainable Future Award. Eden, Kayahan, Temur, and Ahmed.
A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. Building strong communities, brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape the future bright. Forces uniting, breaking chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time, climbing the heights through the ground. With passion, driven by love, lifting each other to rise above. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world, every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs.
And now for here, we are ready. We can put this on to start the graduation ceremony. So I'll ask my team to help me.
No fear in our hearts. Women and youth, the power we hold. Building dreams strong, communities brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. Steps we take, ripple through time, climbing the heights through the grime. Bound by passion, driven by love, lifting each other to rise above. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Oh, oh, oh, oh. We are the spark, the flame in the dark, changing the world with every remark. Shouting loud, let the echoes unfold. A better tomorrow, brave and bold. No fear in our hearts, we stand as one. A movement begun, it won't be undone. With hands united, the world in our palms. Together we rise, like powerful songs. Changing the world with and strong, communities brave and bold. Empowerment rising, justice inside. Together we shape a future bright. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes. Voices uniting, breaking the chains. Dreams like thunder coursing through veins. Hearts on fire, lighting up the skies. A revolution under our eyes.